All absolutely welcome to the third annual Regional Industrialization Conference 2026. I'm not going to be working alone, and even as we give that minute, I'll invite Jackie, my co-MC, just to come up and join me, and we shall be officially starting. Thank you. Mr. DJ, if you have some music, over to you. One more time, would like to start in the next 30 seconds. I can see people still coming in. I'll allow you to just settle, and we officially start. I know many of us have a backbencher syndrome, but in as much as is possible, I'll encourage you to occupy the seats at the front. Let's leave the back seats for the latecomers. So please, if you're at the back, by all means, feel free to move closer. All tables are pretty much open. We just have a few reserved at the front. So even those of you at the back, you're very welcome to make your way forward. I thank you. As we get ready to officially open with the anthems, and we shall be doing just one stanza of each. So
humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Lord mighty, we thank you for a great day. We thank you for our great nation, Uganda. We thank you for our great leaders amidst us and those who are not with us. We thank you for the economy of Uganda as it continues to grow tenfold. As we get to start this conversation, Lord, give us wisdom, give us knowledge. Let us share and compare notes from the East African region and see how best we can grow our region. I pray all this through your mighty name, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Yes,
and now, ladies and gentlemen, just before you take your seats, science shows that a healthy human being needs at least 7 compliments a day. I don't know how many you've received so far, but I'll ask the DJ just to give me some small music. I'll give you 1 minute just to turn to the neighbor on the left, the one on the right. Feel free to go to another table. Give them a compliment. Kickstart their day with the right energy. Exchange a business card. Say hello. I'm going to give you all of 2 minutes, so move around. If you want to say hi to the minister, maybe this is your opportunity to shoot your shot. So DJ, just give me some music, and for about a minute, let's just move around, exchange a business card, say hello to someone. Mr. DJ, over to you, sir. Once you're done with at least 3 or 4, then you are welcome to take your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to take your seats. Thank you, thank you. I'll allow for you to take your seats. Clearly, many people were stuffed of compliments, and those are still moving around. But I'll allow for you to take your seats, and we'll officially carry on. I'll allow for those exchanging cards with the minister. Thank you very much. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, you are all absolutely welcome. Welcome to Kampala, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. And in a special way, just to acknowledge all distinguished government leaders present, captains of industry, investors, development partners, members of the private sector, colleagues joining us from all over East Africa. You are all absolutely welcome. Allow me request us just by way of round of applause to clap for our honorable ministers who are present with us here this morning. Let's hear it for the Minister of State for Trade and Industry, our Honorable David Bahat. You are absolutely welcome, and thank you for honoring us with your presence. But ladies and gentlemen, also in our midst is the Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. And I'd like us to put our hands together for Honorable Henry Musasizi. We'd like to thank you for coming. Without further ado, I'd like us to draw our attention to the screen. Many times we do not celebrate the motherland, and it behooves us to, celebrate where we come from. And as such, we have a video from the tourism board, and I'll ask the team just to cue that video for us to watch. I'll ask the camera crew just to allow for people to view the screen. I thank you.
My mind was open. My heart was yearning. I realized it's time I started learning. Learning what happens when a man's left alone to rediscover his ancestral home. Uganda, a land of wonder, a land of beauty, a land of mystery. The sounds, the pace, the smiles, the tastes, the depth and the breadth of Ugandan history. I found a place that was versatile. Natural wonders, urban styles, waters that literally birthed the now, and sunshine that says, you deserve to smile. I've met people who live to preserve the wild. Some prefer the village, some prefer the town, some from up country, some from further down. Every conversation was worth the while. You see, Uganda has a way of being everything to everyone. She's young, she's old, she's fun, she's bold, she's reserved and mild, yet she's firm and proud. Uganda is a riddle. You'll never work it out. Come and see for yourself. Explore Uganda.
A round of applause indeed. Let's explore Uganda. One more time, you're all welcome to the annual Regional Industrialization Conference 2026. And as you can see, our theme tonight or today over the next 2 days is unlocking industrial competitiveness through innovation and regional value chain integration. And of course, the conference brings the right people into the conversation: government, industry, finance, policymakers, private sector, to mention but a few. And our host on this very wonderful occasion, of course, is PSF you in partnership with the Ministry of Trade and Uganda Investment Authority. And so I would like to officially welcome all of you one more time. And just to show some of the impact that PSFU has been having across the different sectors. We're going to have a couple of videos that we're going to be queuing. And allow me just cue the very first video before we jump into the rest of our program. So I'll ask that we play the Grow video. This is a video funded by the World Bank, implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development alongside PSFU. And it's really about women in business, all right? So why don't we just watch that video as I get ready to invite our board chair to officially welcome us here. Media team.
Nkora produce, nsubura omuceeri, nsubura akahunga, nsubura n'ebinyobwa. Business ngimaziremu emyaka 20. Kasaba miliyoni 3 kandi zona bazimpa kurungi. Uruganya funire loan enu.
All right. Perhaps we shall return and play that video when it's ready. But Jackie, where are we going from here?
Well, thank you so much. But first, I would also like to do my formal welcomes. I'd like to welcome each one of you to this 3rd annual Industrialization Conference here in Kampala. And with us here, we have people from different areas in the region. But first, I would like to recognize the chairman of the Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, the Private Sector Foundation, and also chair of Professional Services Sector. We are also privileged to be joined by Mr. Singh Bedi, who is right here with us. Thank you so much for making the time. And of course, the board members of PSFU, wherever you are, I can see you. Thank you so much. And the CEOs, captains of the industry, of course, the industries who are here, the manufacturers, the members of the diplomatic community. We truly appreciate you and thank you so much for coming. And our theme this year, better within the East African community, how we can globally compete, but most importantly, how best we can build industries that are capable of producing, of helping the nation grow, but most importantly, to provide jobs as well as ensuring that our communities prosper. Now, without further ado, we know that for every meaningful conversation, there must be clarity of purpose. And to give us that clarity, allow me welcome the board chairman of Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Humphrey Nzei. Mr. Chairman, welcome.
Round of applause for the chair as he comes. And just allow me, in as far as protocol is concerned, we shall indulge the chair to go on to invite the Minister of Trade after that, who will in turn invite, on behalf of His Excellency, the Minister of Finance. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us here today. Our Honorable Minister of Finance, my friend, Honorable Musasizi, our Honorable Minister of Trade, Honorable David Bahati, our permanent secretaries in the room, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, the Chairman and Chief Executive Officers of the East African Business Council, Chairpersons and CEOs of private sector apex bodies from across the East African community, KEPSA, TFSF, and PSF Rwanda, our sister operations, our development partners, captains of industry, distinguished guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen. Today, it is my singular honor on behalf of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda and the entire private sector of Uganda to welcome you all to the 3rd Annual Regional Industrialization Conference under the theme, Unlocking Industrial Competitiveness through Innovation and Regional Value Chain Integration. Our Honorable Minister of Finance and Planning, who is representing His Excellency, the President of Uganda, we are profoundly grateful for your presence and for the consistent championship that His Excellency has provided as the President of Uganda and as the Chair of the East African Community in advancing industrial growth across our region. His unwavering commitment to transforming East Africa into a competitive production hub through deliberate support for manufacturing, agro-processing, industrial parks, and deeper regional integration continues to inspire the private sector. We thank him for being the foremost champion of the EAC industrialization. We equally extend our warm appreciation to all our regional participants, particularly the chairpersons and CEOs of the private sector apex bodies from partner states. Your presence underscores the unity of purpose among the East African business community. A special thanks goes to the Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives, Uganda Investment Authority, and other partners for the strong partnership that has made this conference possible, for the Ministry's steadfast role in championing growth and policy coherence at both national and regional levels. Ladies and gentlemen, manufacturing remains the indispensable engine for sustained GDP growth and meaningful employment across the East African community. At present, the manufacturing sector averages in contribution to regional GDP at approximately 9.7 to 11.8%, far below the EAC industrialization policy target of 25% by 2032. In Uganda, this sector has performed strongly, contributing over 16.5% of GDP and supporting approximately 2 million direct jobs while generating a substantial share of tax revenues and exports. Regionally, manufacturing absorbs roughly 1/3 of foreign direct investment, and in 2024 alone accounted for a significant portion of the nearly 91,000 direct jobs created through industrial investments. Intra-EAC trade reached a record 14.3 billion in 2024, with manufactured goods now comprising 42% of that trade. These figures demonstrate both the progress that we have made and the vast untapped potential. When manufacturing expands, it multiplies jobs along value chains, raises agricultural incomes through processing, reduces import dependence, strengthens foreign exchange earnings, and drives structural transformation. Without a competitive industrial base, our region cannot achieve the higher, more inclusive growth rates required to absorb our youthful population and close the developmental gap. It is precisely for this reason that PSFU organized this conference. We convened this conference to bring together policymakers, industrialists, financiers, and development partners to confront the practical barriers that still constrain regional competitiveness. High and short tenor capital costs and residual non-tariff barriers, which is an important point that we shall discuss in detail. Infrastructure and energy constraints, standards and non-recognition, illicit trade, and limited cross-border value chain linkages. Our intention is clear: to move beyond diagnosis to concrete and time-bound solutions that accelerate the full implementation of the EAC industrialization policy and strategy, the Special Economic Zones policy, and the Common Market Protocol. We seek actionable recommendations on blended finance facilities with longer tenures, accelerated elimination of NTBs, and mutual recognition of standards and authorized economic operators, harmonized incentives for multi-country industrial parks and SEZs, and strong regional enforcement of illicit trade. Above all, we emphasize that full EAC economic integration must be anchored in genuine private sector partnerships and harmonized public policy. Government set the enabling environment, the private sector and factories create the jobs and integrate the value chains. Only when both sides work in lockstep with predictable policies, coordinated infrastructure, and deliberate incentives for regional sourcing will East Africa emerge as a true industrial powerhouse capable of competing globally under the Africa Free Trade region. Distinguished guests, I wish you a highly successful conference. May our deliberations over the next 2 days produce clear and measurable outcomes, a regional blended finance facility for industry, a public NTB dashboard with firm deadlines, prioritized cross-border value chain projects in steel, agro-processing, packaging, operational steps towards the single EAC currency and payment system, and a concrete pipeline of bankable industrial projects with genuine regional linkages. These outcomes will form the regional policy action and implementation matrix that we shall forward to the EAC sectoral councils and national government for urgent action. Together, let us turn policy into production, ambition into factories, and regional solidarity into a shared prosperity for us all. I thank you all. Let me take this opportunity to invite our Minister of Trade, my friend, Honorable David Bahati, to come and say a few words and also in turn invite our chief guest today. Thank you very much.
Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who is representing His Excellency the President, the Chairperson of the Board, and members of the Board of Private Sector Foundation, our keynote speaker, Mr. Bedi from Kenya, and all of you who have come to attend this regional industrialization conference. Good morning. As you know, the chief guest this morning is His Excellency the President, so his speech covers a lot that I would have said, probably even more. So I will say just a few words so that I invite the guests of honor. First, I want to welcome you all, especially those who are coming from outside Uganda. I pray that you'll have some time to visit different places of our country. We have the mountain gorillas, as we have heard, in the south, the second deepest lake, Lake Bunyonyi, the source of the Nile, and other places. And if there is anybody from Kenya, you know, Kenyans used to advertise Mount Kilimanjaro as if it was theirs, until the people from Tanzania started complaining, and they said, no, you kept quiet, so we wanted to take advantage of it. So whatever I'm saying here for us in Uganda, it is ours. I'm not advertising what we don't have. So please make sure that you visit this. For us to improve the competitiveness of our industrial agenda, we need to address a number of things. But first, we need to know as a region, what do we have? Because as we stand now, the gist of the matter is that we need to produce more, we need to manufacture more, and we need to export more. That's what we should be looking at in this conference. We have the mass land of East Africa of around 5.4 kilometers, square kilometers. So we have enough land to produce. We have a market size of around 331 million people, which will be around 800 million people by 2050. So if we improve the purchasing power of this population, we are able to produce and sell. And of course, as you know, we entered into the African Continental Free Trade Area with a population of 1.2 billion and to be 2.5 billion by 2050. So we should take advantage of this massive population that is growing at a very high speed. But we also have enough minerals in the ground. If I can quote what we have here in Uganda, 1.2 trillion US dollars worth of gold reserves in our land. 1.2 trillion. 315 million tons of iron ore. And yet we continue to import around 3 billion of steel in the East African region. So for us to be able to be more competitive, we must address the cost of doing business. We must address the issue of electricity, and we are doing a lot to improve on that. For example, East Africa, all the countries combined of East Africa, we are producing 10,000 megawatts. 10,000 megawatts. But compare with a country like South Korea, producing 159,000 megawatts. So that's really another competitive area that we must do. For people to industrialize, for people to manufacture more, we need power. I don't know Kenya and Tanzania and other countries, but for us here, we have committed to support manufacturers with electricity of 5 cents. But you cannot give what you don't have. So we must, and we are doing a lot to improve on generation. We must improve our connectivity. We must congratulate our presidents, especially the 4 presidents, President Kagame, President Museveni, President of the Tanzania, and President Ruto, who have concluded the issue of the standard gauge railway. I'm sure that when we finish the standard gauge railway, we will be able to improve connectivity. The other day I was in Nairobi, and President Ruto was saying to transport goods from Kenya, Nairobi, to Ghana, you take 5 working days. 5 working days. And actually, if you are to reach there even by air, you cross 5 countries to reach there. Airport, airport, airport. So how can we improve connectivity? By investing more in infrastructure. And we are glad that that is happening. We are investing more in roads as government. Like in our case, you can now move from a corner from Chisolo to Koboko on a road, on a tarmac road. That will improve our competitiveness. We must resolve the issue of non-tariff barriers. And we are glad that we have people from Kenya. We must improve non-tariff barriers. How can we be producing sugar? We have excess sugar of 200,000 metric tons. Kenya is importing sugar from Brazil. How can that happen? Or Tanzania importing sugar from Brazil, when your neighbor is producing enough and we have excess. So these things must be resolved. Sometimes we have put some roadblocks, especially on the border of Busia, to stop goods from entering Kenya on issues that we are not understanding, but that issue is being handled by His Excellency the President. For us to be more competitive, we need to irrigate our land. We need to irrigate our land. We are importing, if you look at the figures, I know somebody will be able to talk about the issues of how much we're importing in terms of food, yet we have this land, massive land, that we can utilize to produce goods. So to improve the competitiveness of this region, we need to produce more, we need to manufacture more, we need to irrigate, we need to connect countries, and we need freedom of people to move. But also, we need peace and security. The guns on the western side must silence. The guns on the northern side must be silent to be able to trade and compete and make East Africa a more competitive region. The day is for His Excellency the President, and he has sent us the Minister of Finance and Planning and Economic Development. I take this opportunity to welcome you, Henry, to say what the President has to say to this regional conference. Let's put our hands together to welcome the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable David Bahat, Minister of State for Industry. The permanent secretaries who are here, the Excellencies, the ambassadors who are here, the Chairman of the East African Business Council, Chairman PSFU, chairpersons of other private sector apex bodies, the captains of the industry. I like this word most, and I learned it from PSFU. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I am here to represent His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. But before I present his speech, let me make 3 points. One is that I am happy to see the regional private sector, and I want to thank PSFU for organizing this conference. Number two is that I am less than 3 months in the ministry as a Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and there are a number of things I have observed where I want to work with you to make improvements. And one of the areas is, what should we always ask the President to give, and what can we support as a ministry? We want to go to the President to report that our manufacturers are being facilitated with the things Honorable Bahati was talking about. If a manufacturer wants electricity, if a manufacturer wants a road, if a manufacturer wants water, if a manufacturer wants a tax relief, but this one we have to equalize all of you. It's also an area I have observed where I need to have a good engagement with you. So if a manufacturer is asking for these things, I have a feeling it is within our means at ministerial level, finance, trade, and the other ministries involved, works, water, and energy. We sit together, solve this problem, and got the president to report to him that we have finished, and we are grateful for the support. So therefore, I will be having engagement with you to see how best we can facilitate you in order to give you an enabling environment to do business. Then how do we look at this region? We should be looking at this region as a region for all of us, not what is there for Uganda, what is in it for Kenya, what is in it for Tanzania, but what is in it for all of us as a regional market is very, very, very important to me. So I will be having several engagements with you people to ensure that we improve some things in the way you would like to be supported by government. With these remarks, I now come to why I am here, to represent my boss. And his speech is as follows. I welcome you all to the third Annual Regional Industrialization Conference 2026, held under the theme, Unlocking Industrial Competitiveness through Innovation and Regional Value Chain Integration. This conference comes at a defining moment for East Africa. Our region sits on a consumer market of over 400 million people, with intra-East African community trade reaching approximately United States dollars 20 billion in the year 2025, a figure that regional business leaders rightly insist must rise substantially by 2030 if we are to capture the full benefits of industrialization, regional value chain, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. African Continental Free Trade Area itself opens a market of 1.4 billion people to producers who can meet regional standards and scale. Yet less than 20% of East Africa's agricultural output is processed locally, a gap that presents both our greatest competitiveness challenge and our single largest untapped industrial opportunity. Uganda's own $500 billion tenfold growth ambition and East Africa's 7th development strategy launching in 2026-2027 place industrialization and regional integration firmly at the center of our shared economic agenda for the coming decade. The private sector is the primary driver for Uganda's tenfold growth strategy. The government offers a fertile ground for investment. It is against this backdrop that the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, in partnership with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Uganda Investment Authority, and the Apex private sector bodies of East Africa, has convened this platform designed to move us deliberately from policy dialogue to industrial execution. Uganda remains firmly committed to the ideals of regional integration. We believe that a united East Africa offers the surest path to shared prosperity. Through the East African community, we continue to deepen economic integration under the customs union and common market protocols, remove non-tariff barriers, operationalize one-stop border posts, and expand access to the regional market of more than 400 million people. Intra-East Africa trade must grow further, and Uganda stands ready to play its full part in making the community a true engine of shared growth. Industrialization stands at the heart of this ambition. Without a strong industrial base, our region cannot achieve sustainable, inclusive, and transformative economic growth. Industrialization creates jobs, adds value to our abundant natural resources, expands intra-regional trade in manufactured goods, and reduces our vulnerability to external shocks. It is the engine that will drive the structural transformation of our economies and deliver the higher living standards our people rightly demand. Uganda's industrialization strategy is clear, deliberate, and firmly anchored in the National Development Plan and our industrialization policy. A cornerstone of this strategy is the accelerated development of industrial parks and free zones across the country. These parks provide fully serviced land, reliable infrastructure, and an enabling environment for manufacturing, agro-processing, and value addition across the priority value chains that this conference has rightly placed at the center of its agenda. Our flagship Kampala Industrial and Business Park at Namave, spanning approximately 1,000 hectares, continues to attract significant investment in manufacturing, logistics, food processing, and agro-processing, positioning it as a key hub for production destined for both the domestic and East African markets. The Sino-Uganda Mbale Industrial Park, covering about 619 acres in eastern Uganda, now hosts approximately 75 factories, employing over 12,000 Ugandans. It produces goods ranging from glass and detergents to mobile phones, LED bulbs, and other consumer products, while maximizing the use of local materials under the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda policy. In central Uganda, the China-Uganda Liu-Shin Industrial Park at Kapeka has transformed the local economy. With 34 operational factories and direct employment of around 6,000 Ugandans. It manufactures ceramics, machinery components, and a wide range of industrial products supported by dedicated power, water, and drainage infrastructure. Additional public parks operated by the Uganda Investment Authority, including those in Ruzira, Bweyogerere, Jinja, Soroti, Kasese, and Mbarara SME Park, together with private initiatives such as MMP Buikwe, continue to expand the national industrial footprint. Looking ahead, we are advancing the Kabalega petrol-based industrial park in Hoima, a 29.57 square kilometer smart eco-industrial hub anchored by the oil refinery, and we remain committed to establishing further parks, including planned facilities in Masaka, Chotera, and Karungu, as we work towards a network of at least 25 industrial parks distributed equitably across the country. These industrial parks are deliberately designed not only to serve the Ugandan market, but to supply competitive manufactured goods into the wider East African community, thereby boosting intra-regional trade and regional value chains in agro-processing, leather and textiles, pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals, steel and construction materials, and logistics. Central to this vision is Uganda's tenfold growth strategy. Achieving this ambition of US $500 billion target requires genuine partnership between government and the private sector. Government remains fully committed to creating an enabling policy, regulatory, and investment climate that allows private enterprise to thrive. We will continue to listen, to reform where necessary, and to co-create solutions with the business community so that the private sector can lead investment, innovation, and job creation at the scale required, particularly within our industrial parks and across the East African market. In this regard, I wish to recognize and sincerely thank the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, the apex body of the private sector in our country, and the convener of this important conference. Private Sector Foundation has consistently supported business growth through rigorous research, effective policy advocacy, and practical business development services. Your partnership has been invaluable in shaping an industrial policy environment that supports both national industrial parks and deeper regional trade. And we look forward to deepening this collaboration as we pursue our shared vision of a prosperous, industrialized Uganda within a strong and integrated East African community. Distinguished delegates, the opportunity before us is historic. Under the theme of unlocking industrial competitiveness through innovation and regional value chain integration, let us seize this moment with courage, unity, and determination. Together, we can industrialize our region, accelerate economic growth through expanded trade within the East African community, and secure a brighter future for the generations to come. I thank you all.
Another big round of applause for Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Please, I request that you stay on the stage. We're going to have a few pictures. But before that, allow me thank you on behalf of the private sector. Thank you so much. We appreciate the message from His Excellency, the President. Thank you. We truly appreciate that. But as somebody who is coming from the manufacturing side, I am pleased by your initial remarks where you actually committed to create an enabling environment for the private sector. So we need to clap for that as well.
Come on, a bigger round of applause.
So thank you so much, Honorable Minister. But I would also like to congratulate you. For us, the youth of Uganda, us, the youth, we are really happy with you. And we are happy that you are the one in that seat so we can do business and that you understand us better. Now, moving on swiftly, we are going to have a few picture moments, and I would like to request the chairman of PSFU, the vice, our Honorable Minister of State, Honorable David Bahati, one of our own, always there. We appreciate you. Thank you. Please join. May I request that we take center stage, please? Okay, I'm going to have the pictures in a fair manner. First, we'll have this table, and then we have the chairman of as well. I hope we are moving swiftly. Our colleagues from media. Great. And then shortly after, we'll get to the board. Please come forward for this photo moment.
Let's give it up for the board as they make their way.
Yeah, sure. And of course, the CEOs in the room who are not just CEOs, but investors. I've seen Sylvia, yes. She has really supported the conference. We appreciate you. And this particular segment is proudly sponsored by MTN. A big round of applause, good people.
Cameraman, I hope your lenses are wide enough. Make sure you capture every single one of our delegates up here.
Right. I hope everybody is in the frame. And also we have our really, major partners. I think I saw Agra Uganda here.
We have MTN, very well represented.
Yep.
We were going to do one more with the MCs, but we've run out of space, so we shall...
No, we shall still do our picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if there's any other team, Jackie, that we're inviting.
Okay, I just want to be sure that we all in this frame. May I just request some people to step down, because the camera team says they are struggling. Yeah, so let's just have a few people.
So by way of guidance, I'll just invite some of us to come down here.
Yeah, sure.
Don't mind.
Please move down.
All right, we've been advised we'll put some chairs. Thank you. We apologize, but the media want to ensure that these are picture perfect. So we'll invite our ministers to take a seat, board chair. Then the rest of us can just gather around.
I believe that is much better now to our colleagues in the media. Yep. Okay. So, Ronnie, the next is ours. If you don't want me, I want.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You're really short, you are short.
Yeah.
I saw you thanking the minister. Ask the youth, Manyawad.
Yeah.
Well done.
It's called knowing your stakeholders. Know your customer if you've been in the banking sector as well.
And know who has the potential to promote you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that will be our photo ops. And
Thank you so much.
by way of guidance,
it's mine.
by way of guidance, our ministers both have to exit, and they'll be moving to Parliament.
Thank you, Ronnie. I told you.
You have
always ask for what you want in life. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ronnie, what's coming next?
Allow me to acknowledge I see the presence of Pastor Robert Kayanja. Thank you so much for also joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, our ministers will be exiting shortly. And as such, I'll be inviting our delegates just to usher them out briefly, and I'll just guide you on our next step.
Okay, as that happens, I would really like to appreciate all the sponsors that have made this event happen. MTN Uganda, we appreciate you. Grow Uganda, Tourism Board. We have different banks, Equity, DFCU here as well. The Serena Hotels, Uganda Bati Limited, NCBA. We appreciate you and will acknowledge you along the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll allow for our ministers just to exit. We thank them for honoring us with their presence, especially the Minister of Finance, who's been speaking on behalf of His Excellency as our chief guest. I will encourage the media team just to get ready to cue the Grow videos that we're supposed to be showing. And right after this, we're going to be having, in the next 2 minutes, our very next first speech as it is, now that the conference is officially open. But I'll encourage us to turn our eyes to the screen and watch the Grow video, sponsored by the World Bank, implemented by PSFU, together with the Ministry of Trade. And this is really about women in business and empowering them, mostly financially, to be able to achieve their dreams. So, media team, if we're ready, and after this video, over to you, Jackie.
Nkora produce, nsubura omuceeri, nsubura akahunga, nsubura n'ebinyobwa. Business ngimaziremu emyaka 20. Nkasaba miliyoni 3. Kandi zona bazimpa kurungi. Uruganya funire loan enu. Nkasimbuliraho nyagenda kusubura Kampala. Nyasubura omuceeri, nkasubura etani 12 z'omuceeri nyayireta omusichowa. Etani 12 zinyasubwire saha zino mfunire loan nyakama myezi 3. Kyonka esente zinyakagobaho. Buli motoka ngigobaho emiliyoni 2 nekishweka. Awe stoka yange kuba nyingi n'abakasitoma bakeyongera. Hati saha zino habwo kufuna eloni ya Grow nkafuna abakasitoma abanyabayire ntayina habwa business habwo stoka yange kuba yamani.
The Grow Project is a government of...
Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa. $15 million members, empowered to harvest, to create, to dream. Equity. Karibu member.
All right, I guess we can play the rest of the videos thereafter, but that Grow story is really powerful. The lady who was speaking, she was speaking in Runyakitara, in Runyoro, clearly telling us how she has benefited from the program. And so we can see that industrialization ultimately has to translate into real opportunities, real businesses, and real livelihoods like we have just experienced now. Now, without further ado, allow me welcome the East African Business Council representative, but before that, we need to be cognizant of the fact that industrialization cannot stop at national borders. Our competitiveness definitely increasingly depends on how effectively we think, how we produce, how we trade, and how we invest as a region. And it is therefore fitting that we hear the regional private sector perspective. And for that matter, please welcome with me Mr. Ahmed Farah, the Executive Director of the East African Business Council, to share remarks on the regional private sector alignment. Mr. Farah, the floor is yours.
Allow me to stand on protocols already established. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to address the third annual Regional Industrialization Conference on behalf of the East Africa Business Council. Let me first start by commending the government of Uganda, PSFU, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Uganda Investment Authority, AGRA, the regional partners present here today for convening a conference that's focused on moving from policy dialogue to industrial execution with the target of turning around $500 million worth of bankable industrial investments. This is quite commendable. As you already have heard, we do have scale in East Africa. But what we don't have is organization. Our region has a market of more than 331 million people with a combined GDP of approximately $357 billion. Last year, in 2025, the total trade in East Africa was standing at around $157 billion. But the trade among the partner states was only about $20 billion. In other words, I think this is very instructive. In other words, only about $1 out of every 8 traded dollars by the region stayed within East Africa community. And the result of this is very visible from the production. Less than 20% of our agricultural output is processed locally. We continue to export raw materials and import finished products. And in the process, we surrender jobs, we surrender value, and we surrender technology that should remain within East Africa. Uganda's ambition of building a $500 billion economy cannot be realized within its national market alone. It must be built for the East Africa Community market, and it has to be positioned for the Africa market under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Uganda needs the region as an expanded market to call it home. This market will be a source of its inputs and skills. It will be a market for investments and also a platform from which its firms can compete globally. The bridge between ambition and regional scale is lying here. This is businesses. Governments do create the framework for us, but it's the private sector that makes integration real. It's the private sector that makes integration happen. Firms must organize our sourcing. We must organize our production. We must organize our investments. And also we must organize our sales around one regional market and not separate national destinations. That means sourcing our inputs within East Africa Community. It means building cross-production partnerships, and also it means developing regional supplier chain. More importantly, larger firms must bring on board MSMEs, especially women and youth-led enterprises, into formal value chains. This will shorten the supply chains and retain more jobs within and the value within the region. Again, it is also instructive. Businesses cannot build value chains on ever-increasing shifting policy grounds. From East Africa Business Council's post-budget analysis that we carried out after the 2026-2027 Finance Acts were passed, it is clear East Africa partner states are increasingly focusing on tax and customs measures to actively support industrialization. This is a very constructive step, and it's very good. But from our review of almost 190 customs measures that have been passed, we found that there's different border rates that increasingly is creeping in. We confirmed what we already know. Country-specific stays of application are increasing in number, and there's also increasing rate of temporary duty remissions. These continuously make our common external tariffs less predictable. I think it's clear protection is good, and it may appear to be protecting certain emerging markets and producers, but also it has its costs. It raises the cost of downstream industries. Also, it makes us less competitive within the region. As such, it's important for industrial policy to be very transparent, evidence-based, and also assessed across the full value chains with the region in consideration. The larger point is this. East Africa's future industrial, its industrial future depends on deeper commercial integration and policy discipline. And this journey must take us from the customs union and common market towards a monetary union, and of course, ultimately, the ambition of political federation. And for businesses, the monetary union is a competitiveness agenda, very important for business, because it will reduce the currency conversion costs, and it will reduce the exchange risk exposure. It will improve price transparency, it will improve and deepen regional capital markets, and also it will make cross-border investments easier to finance. But I must emphasize that a common currency cannot create a common market that businesses have not built. The private sector must expand intra-regional trade, it must connect payment systems across borders, and also develop cross-border production networks. The regional commerce must provide the foundation for a stable monetary union. This same economic logic applies to political federation. For businesses, it should mean stronger institutions, common rules, freer movement of labor and capital, and more predictable environment for investments. Political unity will only endure when it's rooted within shared production and shared prosperity. As such, East Africa cannot become one political community while its businesses continue to think and invest only within national borders. Turning this regional ambition into commercial reality is precisely the role of East Africa Business Council. This is the role that at EABC we seek to play. East Africa Business Council does not replace national organizations such as PSFU. We connect their priorities, we consolidate business evidence, we build regional positions, and also pursue them with partner states, the East Africa Community Secretariat, and other regional institutions. We are strengthening East Africa Business Council currently to sharpen our policy intelligence, to build sector platforms, and to drive follow-up procedures on non-tariff barriers and facilitate investments. And because of this mandate, we're taking a practical form towards it. We have the inaugural East Africa CEO and Investment Forum on 17th and 18th of September 2026 at the Safari Park Hotel in Nairobi. Convened with the East Africa Community Secretariat and East Africa Development Bank, this forum will be our annual flagship event and will rotate across East Africa country partner states every year. I warmly invite all of you to join us in this forum in Nairobi next month. In brief, this forum will present East Africa as one investment destination. It will connect policy reform with prepared projects, capital, and partnerships. Its purpose is to strengthen regional value chains, shorten the supply chains, and convert the region's potential into enterprises, transaction, and jobs. If I speak briefly about this forum, day one will focus on the region's trade and investment climate, including a high-level business-government dialogue and the launch of East Africa Trade and Investment Climate Report. This is going to be a barometer of measuring our performance in East Africa in terms of trade and investments. On day two, we will connect credible projects with investors and lenders through project presentations, investor matchmaking, and a dedicated deal room. Uganda should come to Nairobi with credible projects. Companies seeking regional partnerships, our financial institutions should come ready to deploy capital. This is how national ambition becomes part of a regional investment story. As I conclude, I think it's clear from my presentation that the thread running through all this is one. East Africa does not lack markets. It does not lack resources. East Africa does not lack entrepreneurship. And far from it, we don't lack ambition. What we must do is organize these strengths at regional scale and, more importantly, follow through with discipline to deliver them. Businesses must make integration commercially necessary. Regional institutions must make it predictable, and political leadership must give it strategic direction. That is how we turn the customs union and common market into functioning platforms for industry, prepare the ground for monetary union that lowers costs, and build a political federation anchored in shared prosperity. Let us build that foundation together with urgency, confidence, and the full weight of East Africa's private sector. Thank you very much.
Okay, another big round of applause for Mr. Farah for the insightful and valuable sharing that you've just done. We appreciate you. And indeed, we know that EABC is there to bridge the gap between policymakers and the private sector. And we truly are looking forward to the conference come next month. So moving on swiftly, we are switching gear, and we are going to move on to the digital conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we know very well that the factories today and tomorrow do not run only on physical infrastructure, right? You agree with me. So connectivity, data, and digital infrastructure is increasingly becoming a determinant of how businesses produce, communicate, and innovate, and access markets as well. And to speak to digital infrastructure as an enabler to industrial growth, please welcome Ms. Sylvia Mulinge, the Chief Executive Officer of MTN Uganda. Sylvia, karibu sana.
Thank you very much to all the distinguished investors, first of all, to the leadership of the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, distinguished investors, manufacturers, business leaders, entrepreneurs, and members of the media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As MC has rightly called out, you'd probably be wondering why MTN is here. But I think the reality is, even as Minister Bahati was talking about increased connectivity, we have a role to play as a telecom infrastructure provider as well as financial services provider in terms of driving the connectivity of the region, easing communication.
Services, you are absolutely welcome. We have Mr. Rastas Nsubuga, who handles agriculture, agribusiness, and forestry. Thank you. We have a member, and his area of jurisdiction is energy, is mining, petroleum, gas, and He's also my boss as the MC. Yeah, we have Mr. James Biaruhanga, who's also a member, and his area would be ICT. All right, so thank you, thank you. We have Latma Mukasa, finance. We have Mr. Peter Kasirien, who really would be giving oversight to SMEs. We thank you so much. We have Mr. Kenneth Ayebare, who's a member, and transport and logistics is his forte. We also have Dr. Peter Chimbowa. Is Dr. Peter around? And Mr. Chimbowa really oversees HR, skills, and education. We also have Shirley Kongai, who is construction and real estate. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. We have Madame Susan Muhwezi, who is right here, and her area is really hospitality and tourism. So visit Uganda, okay? We have Mr. Issa Sechito, who really gives oversight to trade and commerce, and Mr. Daniel Kaziwe, who is culture, creativity, also a true celeb in his own capacity. And last but not least, of course, we have our Chief Executive Officer and Board Secretary, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, who is also here with us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought it fit for us to be able to acknowledge these guys for the wonderful job that they do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we'll be dismissing us ever so briefly for a coffee break. But my CEO has an extra update for me. And this is where, as MC, they say, be talking. So I'm now just talking to buy time for him to arrive. And I'm still talking, not saying much, but finally. I now hand over to my co-MC.
Thank you very much. I've been upgraded to co-MC this morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Coffee is coming, so don't worry. Established protocol, thank you very much. We have really in our midst people who have taken time and flown all the way from many countries. I would like to acknowledge in a special way the delegation from Kenya. If you're from Kenya, please stand. If you're from Kenya, please stand. My brother Farah, I know you are, but he's also Ugandan. Thank you very much. Give them a big hand clap. We have a delegation from Tanzania. Tanzania, please stand. TPA, Tanzania Ports Authority, thank you very much. We have the group from Rwanda. Rwanda, thank you very much. Our friends from Rwanda Private Sector. South Sudan, give them a big hand clap. Those are our partners. Burundi, if you're from Burundi, please stand. We had some registrations. Okay, thank you very much. Now, PSFU has a very interesting portfolio. We have our advisory council. These are former board members. We don't throw them away. Advisory council, I saw Professor Magi Kigozi and others, please stand. Advisory council. Our former board members, I think I saw Honorable Seki Toleko, former board members of PSFU, please stand. Thank you very much. We have people from the diplomatic corps. So I'm informed here, I think I saw Doris and the team from the Kenya High Commission. Kenya High Commission, thank you very much. Tanzania High Commission. Tanzania High Commission, Rwanda High Commission, and the list. Okay, thank you. So we have a very important representation here. The area of logistics, we have the Northern Corridor. Northern Corridor. Northern Corridor, please give them a big hand clap. Northern and Central Corridor, of course, by any extension. Is a very important player here, which is the Uganda Revenue Authority. represented here by Mr. Kagumire. The Commissioner General sent his apologies. Thank you very much for coming. We have a very unique and special guest. We call her Hajat Green. She's an environmentalist. She walks, besides her handbag, she carries trees. So Hajat, please give a tree to every member here. Thank you very much. We also have a very, very important spiritual guest, Pastor Robert Kayanja, a member of PSFU. Pastor Robert, thank you very much for coming. Operation Joseph, good job you're doing. We also have Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship League. You're here. It's a very big constituency for PSFU. We have the Bankers Association. Bankers Association, all bankers but led by Wilbur Dewar. Please stand. EADB, I think I saw you here. Please stand. You are part of our Bankers Association. We also have many, many others. We also have a representative of the High Commission of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe High Commission. Thank you very much. Please give him a hand clap. And then we have the Uganda Manufacturers Association, our biggest, our anchor partner, led by Dr. Ezra. I think I saw Mr. Jim Kaveho. They are talking about sugar. That's the sugar man. If you run out of sugar, go to Jim. That's the man in town. I have many things coming in. Federation of Uganda Customs and Agents Freight Forwarders, please stand. A very big group here, the Uganda Tourism Association, led by Her Excellency, the President, Yogi. Thank you for coming. UFAIR is here. So many names here, so many groups. We shall be introducing others as we go along. So all of you are distinguished. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Over to the MC as we go to the exhibition area. We have so many exhibitors led by none other than the Uganda Investment Authority who have prepared a big display, and many of our manufacturers are coming. So over to you, Ronnie. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, like you've heard, the man in charge of sugar is around, the coffee is there. So I'd like to dismiss us for this break. In as much as possible, would like to spend just 20-25 minutes for us to be able to get back and carry on with the deliberations of the day. So for now, class officially dismissed. Breakfast tent is right on the outside. And like they have said, especially during the lunch break, there's a bigger exhibition tent in the other parking lot. It will be good for us to go and just see what is on display. And there are areas for us to have some business speed dating and make as many connections as possible. I thank you. Let's meet again in 25 minutes. Mr. DJ.
It's something that defines our journey. Growing is natural. It's something that defines our journey. It's that first step. It's the next sunrise. The desire to achieve more. It's the joy to see things grow and keeps your eyes on tomorrow. As this great nation grows, we believe that we can grow together. Grow your ambition. Grow larger. Grow higher. Grow together. Equity.
Maybe a quick announcement for those of you who will be on the next panel. We advise that you have your tea in the lounge by the tent there so that you'll be able to meet with your moderator and just align on the deliberations. I thank you. Back to you, media team, or to you, Mr. DJ.
Over 15 million members are transforming Africa. $15 million members empowered to harvest, to create, to dream. Equity. Karibu member.
I started rearing birds 3 years ago with 7 birds. I was dealing in local only. So when I got the loan, I started bringing these birds, the breeders and the croilers. As I talk now, I have 1,000 and above, 800 breeders, 300 croilers, and 300 local chicks. Of course, since I got the grow loan, after selling the birds, you get some profits. I've been able to pay school fees. We have been able to pay school fees for our children, and they are in boarding section now. So when I started the project of poultry, I also added on piggery. They are there. I've also started rearing piglets. I have cassava, I have the bananas plantation here. Those leftovers I get from the birds, I use them in my plantation here.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and Private Sector Foundation Uganda with support from the World Bank.
Amazina ganje ninje Machended Beatrice Ntura Hanyamarebe Kapundo District Kiryandongo. Ndio mulisa ndise embuzi ndise ente nzirisa zigomoka nziguza nyamu sente tuhereraho abana school fees tukozesa n'ibindi.
Media team, just for a small announcement. Members, just an advisory that we take care of our property. I can see some people leaving phones and gadgets at the table. Well, I just advise that you take care of your property. Thank you. And just to advise, the tea break is up at the exhibition area. There'll be a wonderful spread, but also lots of exhibitors for us to look at. And as such, I increase our tea break to 30 minutes to give you some time to walk up and return. But please do take care of your handbags, your luggage. It will not be advisable to leave them lying around at the tables. I thank you.
To serve more clients in a cleaner environment, and I'm happy being in a clean environment. I didn't have enough capital for running outside catering. I could go out for small loans, but since I got now this money for the GROW, I have my enough capital that can make me run my business. By the time I've supplied the certain organization, in a short time, I again supply another one when I still have my capital. So even if they delay with my money, my capital is there to run my business. I'm very happy and I'm proud of being a Ugandan as well. And I thank the government of Uganda for supporting us women.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and Private Sector Foundation Uganda with support from the World Bank.
batugambira banka aliziri chokanyonya kuba banka Post Bank nonya gensere nyazihayo ngaye milioni 7 nyateka kuikozesa kyonka ngene zikozeseize tina buzibona bwenzisangiremu zinkoleire kurungi nkanyine enju yange takawire kusakara nyagisakara abana bange bakusoma kinyina kizibyo nakengisangiremu interest yayo eri nungi muno eri 10%. Ne business yange ekora kurungi egendo maiso sente zalinya zifunire business yange kabero choka nebirwamu akasente nyazifuna nyayongeramu bakastoma bayongera nabakozi yayongeraho business yange yaguma mukurakurana ati halindi na nyonku wetu wanko mukiara.
The GROW project is...
Hello everyone, my name is Daniela Kabahamba and I'm the project lead for Fairway Hotel Lead Farm. Aside from being the producers of the best Asian food, we are also the suppliers of very quality crafts in Kampala. So we would like to invite everyone in Jinja and Kampala and across Uganda to come for the Women's Day Katale from the 15th to the 17th of March. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Entrance is free. For more information, call 0702 369 372. PSFU Women's Day Katale is proudly brought to you by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda.
Julia Karunji. The company is Bubbly Inner Beauty Limited, a company that manufactures hygiene products. This is a company that was registered 2016 but officially started business in 2019. And when we started the business in 2019, our focus was on hygiene, producing hygiene products. The biggest challenge I faced starting this business was compliance. Getting, for example, our products certified, because each product needs certification before it goes to the field. The other thing at that time was also to join the IFRIT system. So the other one was definitely recruitment, finding people who want to work. The other challenge, of course, as always, is market penetration, because you're doing a product that is not new to the market. My journey with DFCU started 2.5 years ago. It was through an MTN program for African women entrepreneurs. So they had a program where they wanted to grow women. The program, the explanation was all these businesses that happen, the biggest businesses go to men. Why don't we bring in women to see how they can do business and grow and be competitive in the man's world? So when we were applied, we were able to go through. They took us on, and it's from there that we met DFCU, and we opened our business account with them, and yeah, we've been working with them since. I joined DFCU not only because of the AWI program, but I wanted a bank that supports women, because DFCU has a program for women entrepreneurs, which I am already a member. And there's a lot that I'm learning from fellow women, and there's a lot that we learned through the program. I think there's so much I'm so proud of. For example, this business started off in a basin, in a bucket, and now you can see it's mechanized. My people used to do door-to-door distribution, was a bit hard. Today I have a vehicle, I have a tuk-tuk that does my deliveries. The business started off with one chemist who was working part-time. I had one salesperson. Today I have a team of over 10 people. So for me, that is an achievement. When it comes to the communities, I always feel this kind of business is circular. For example, when it comes to where we purchase the raw materials, there is impact, there is employment. For me as a business, the next phase is definitely to grow the business out of Kampala. The most important part, help or funding I would want from DFCU would definitely be in terms of machinery acquisition. I think if we got more machinery, it would make our work even easier. Even our distributions will come better and we'll have a better reach within the country. The most important thing I've learned from the members or clients within DFCU, the businesses I've interacted with, there's been a lot of resilience. So I've seen their resilience, their growth, their self-education, their impacts. So that is a driver for me every day as I come into this space to work.
DFCU, going further together.
Bampita Sunday Ferdinand of Sunfred shop. Most of the people call it Sandy's shop, dealing in corporate uniforms, women's wear, and also men's wear. I think we are #1 sellers of corporate uniforms in Uganda. Before we started the business, I was dealing in the men's wear, mostly shirts. So then I said, why can't I join uniforms? When I reached outside there, I saw people putting on uniforms, corporate uniforms, every company putting on uniforms. I said, but this can work also in my country. That's how I came with that business. Started with DFCU, that was around 20 years back. When they started giving us small loans, the business multiplied. Because I remember they first gave us 50 million without security. They trusted us, then the business doubled. That's how we built this business to this level. To me, DFCU is #1 when it comes in helping business people. Kwogera nabo one-on-one, ne batuwa advices, ne batuwabula nnyo mu bintu bingi, ne bagamba no, take this loan, take that. So DFCU yatwanguyizaamu ate n'amaanyi ge tulina kati, I think it is for DFCU. When we started with 300 pieces, now kati tu importing a container yaffe. DFCU njebaza nnyo kulaba nti yatujja mu bugubi etujje wala kusanga nti kati naffe tusobola kuimportinga a container yaffe ku lwaffe. Without DFCU, we would be still backward.
DFCU, going further together.
Introducing our new high-resolution, high-quality LED screens for presentations, branding, and media playback, adaptable to different spaces and perfect for every venue. Paired with our modern LED poster display screens, ideal for entrances, activations, schedules, dynamic messaging, and enhancing your brand presence. We've also expanded our intelligent lighting systems designed for both indoor and outdoor setups, creating the right atmosphere and mood for every occasion. With our expanded stage platforms, we can now build anything from an intimate panel setup to a full-scale large stage for international events. All this builds on our already established experience in event production and management, bringing together technology, creativity, and a skilled team.
Census 2024. What does this communicate to us as business people and people who are here? Number one is that our population, which in this case I can term it as market population, is now 45.9 million. That's who we are now. But very interesting quote is that 73.2% of the population is below the age of 30. It means that any business model that will not, or that is to survive, must work closely with young people. And not only working with them, just as employees, they should be business owners.
PSFU is at the forefront of supporting young people, access jobs, access business opportunities, but we've scaled it further. We are now taking these youth for foreign trade missions. I'll give you one example is Movit. We took Movit as part of the support program to the DRC Congo about 1.5 years ago. We went to the DRC in Kinshasa, and we went with Movit on a trade mission. Now, those of you who have been to Kinshasa, Kinshasa is a neighbor to Congo Brazzaville. A day later, these young people crossed to Brazzaville. And I can tell you with some assurance that now they have another market there. They held them, they would have gone. The coffee stories have been with us in Oregon last year, in the US, and this year with the Honorable Sech Toleko, we're able to take a couple of companies to the Chicago Specialty Market Trade Fair. So these companies are not local. They've actually gone global.
The MasterCard Foundation, one of the greatest things they did is they allowed us to co-create this project. Co-creating means that they came to us and said, how can we impact the youth? This is our outcome. We want to create jobs. So we designed the LFS project, the lead firm structure. And they've supported us, and it's fantastic to see together as partners, we can both see it work and see the impact.
My name is Arinda Praise. I'm a beneficiary of Kampala Domestic Store, and I went through a training that was sponsored by Kampala Domestic Store. I studied barista and coffee roasting, but I was more interested in coffee roasting, and I came up with my own brand, and I pack and roast coffee.
Nze nga Hanifa okuva bwe negata ku program ya Unlock Next ebirungi byenfunyemu bingi ekirungi ekisingira ddala nti nafuna omulimu ogwange.
By the time I wasn't joining Mukwano, I was actually poor totally because I came from a family. We are 5 in number, and even my parents can't even afford to pay for us school fees. That's why I dropped from senior 3 in 2020. And in 2021, in September, I saw my area councillor or area LC1 come to our home and inform us about the project Mukwano is want to register youth who drop out from the school. From them, I get interested to join.
I advise the youth to go out, get out of your comfort zones, go and find jobs outside. Project 500K is there. It will help you out.
For me, if you ask me to summarize this, it's the impact. And you know that for the foundation, impact is even a core value. And we are seeing the impact. This is what we sought to do when we launched this partnership. Having young people here speak, because it also exemplifies that impact. It's not just the money they take home, but the voice and agency. And we see that come to life, more so for the young women.
I'm happy when I saw a young girl who was crying, literally affording anything, washing clothes for survival. The brother being sent out of school every now and then. He has been skilled and equipped, courtesy of MasterCard through Private Sector Foundation. That is not light. You should clap your hands harder. Many programs are in place. I want to thank all these programs that are aimed at addressing the issue of unemployment amongst our young people. We have GROW, which is a World Bank project with over $217 million. It's for women in business, young women, and even old women, the mothers. But those who are doing business, they skill you, equip you, you get a grant. There are others even who are going to get now loans from 4 million to 200 million through Ministry of Gender and our lead partner, the Private Sector Foundation. So there are a couple of projects aimed at elevating and eliminating unemployment and also empowering our young people from the poverty line to the money economy.
Thank you so very much for being here today, for staying this long. We thank the young people for sharing their experiences with us, to our service providers, and of course to the staff who support us in the work that we're doing. Thank you all so very much for that day. We have come to the end of our program, and best wishes for your travels and for the rest of your evening. Thank you, and have a good evening. Hello.
Welcome to the enchanting land of
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope we are feeling great after our break tea. And I'm sure we have had to interact, network, because that is really part of the agenda today. So it's not about getting to discuss industrialization. There's a lot we can do when we get to meet together. And I do hope that you are maximizing the time that you are here, because we have people from Rwanda, our good friends right here. From Rwanda, we have people from Burundi, we have people from
Tanzania.
We have people from Kenya.
We have from Southern Sudan.
My favorite people from Southern Sudan.
Wonderful.
Thank
Favorite?
you.
Why are they your favorites?
Yeah. I survived somebody from
You
there.
survived?
Yes, but it's okay. I'll not get into details.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to call this session to order once again. May I request people who are still outside to make your way to the conference hall, please? Yeah.
One more time, we are doing well on our time, and we wouldn't want to lose on the momentum that we have built. And as such, one more time, for those of you within the hearing of my voice outside, please come through. But I think without further ado, I'll let Jackie do us the honors of inviting our next speaker, and let's carry on with our program. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Ronnie. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We now move on from aspiration to real practice. And our next keynote asks an important question, and that question is, what does it actually take to build and integrate value chains across East African borders? And to deliver that keynote address, doing business across the region, value chain integration in practice, please welcome Dr. Beatty, Chairman, KEPSA. I'm sure we all know KEPSA. Please clap. Managing Director of Beatty Investments Limited, Kenya, and Executive Director, Fine Spinners, Uganda. Dr. Karibu Sana, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and all protocols observed. I think I want to actually start by saying I'm standing here in this podium as an East African first. Even my passport, I left it in the room, but if I brought my passport here, and I'm sure all of you guys, your passports also say East African Community, Republic of. And I think if we start looking at ourselves as East Africans, everything changes. The problem is, as soon as I come here and say, I come from the country of Kenya, already I have created a wall around me that I'm a Kenyan and you are others. And if I say I'm here from the county of Kenya, it's a very different discussion because it's not a country, it's a county. And I think the first and most important thing, everybody in this room, if we really want a borderless East Africa, and I think that's what we are aspiring for, we need to change our mindset. Our mindset should not be, I'm a Ugandan, I'm a Tanzanian, I'm a Kenyan. Our mindset should be, I'm an East African. We have 330 million East Africans in 8 countries. Our combined GDP is $360 billion. Huge opportunity. This morning I heard speeches and everybody was saying, we want to grow 10x from 50. You've already grown to 74 billion. That's the latest statistics as of this morning. Uganda's GDP is 74 billion. So you really don't need to grow 10x to hit 500 billion. You only need to grow 6.75 times. So sometimes we beat ourselves too much thinking we are too small, but you're not small anymore. Uganda's GDP is 50% of Kenya's GDP, and a few years ago it was 30% of Kenya's GDP. It just tells you a story. There's something right that's going on here, in this country, in this county. And yes, we've talked about one-stop border posts, and we've talked about this, that, and the other. And, you know, why do we still even have a one-stop border post if we are a community? Has anybody thought of no-stop border posts? You have a border post, no stop. The whole of European Union, 27 countries is no-stop border post. So why should we even be talking about one stop? I think one stop is historic. Yes, from 2 we made 1, but now we need to move from 1 to 0. And that's where I think, as a vice chair of, as a vice chair of the East African Business Council, that is our mantra today. And also as the chair of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which is who I'm representing today, is what we are thinking. How can we move this forward? How can we look at this expanded market of East Africa as one big unit? Because there's no economies of scale that you can do with any one individual country. But combined 8 countries is a very different discussion, that how can we benefit from this huge opportunity. So I actually am very happy to be here this morning as the chair of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. But the message I brought here was very simple, is that yes, we need to unlock this industrial competitiveness, which is really the essence of this meeting. We need to start looking at industrial policy. And by industrial policy, I don't mean that we have a Uganda industrial policy, or we have a Kenya industrial policy, or a Tanzania industrial policy. I think it's time we should have an East African industrial policy. And the reason I say that East African industrial policy is that's when we'll start mapping out. We'll do value stream mapping of each and every value chain, and we'll see what is good for which country, and how can we complement each other, and how do we move forward in a complementary manner as opposed to moving forward in competition. We are not competing with each other, and I think that's really the message I wanted to send out here today. The 8 countries of East Africa do not compete with each other. The 8 countries of each other in this region only complement each other. Our competition comes from largely 2 countries, China and India, and I call them Chindia. Our biggest problem is Chindia, China and India. 40% of imports that are brought into the region come from this one Chindia. So we should start thinking, how can we change this? How can we change the narrative? How can 330 billion people benefit from looking at this region differently? And yes, in my perspective, regional trade really comes to the ground. And having spent my entire career across East Africa, I know that it is possible. I'm doing it in my own businesses today. I'm very clear that my cotton value chain in my business will be Uganda. And I must thank Susan. I can't thank her enough. She brought me here in 2014. Thank you, Susan. Susan and me have been going on in the US since 2005. We have attended every AGOA meeting. I am the only African who's been to a US congressional hearing twice on why should AGOA be extended for 10 years to 2025. But we did it. She was with me in the corridors of Washington, in the corridors of the Senate, in the corridors of the House of Representatives, and we managed. And yes, I was also taking a ride in her car, and she was the de facto minister in Libreville in Gabon, and they had all the sirens in front of us and behind us, but she was there with me. And she said to me, you know what, for this business, I think Uganda is the place for you, and not Kenya. And I looked at it, and I met Mzee, and I told Mzee very proudly, I'm the biggest customer of Ugandan cotton. And I thought he's going to give me a pat on the back. He actually told me, Kijana, you have not been to school. I said, Your Excellency, excuse me, I don't understand what you're saying. He says, because if you had gone to school, you would have known you don't bring the raw material to your factory. Your factory goes to the raw material. And if you're buying Ugandan raw material, I think your factory needs to relocate from Nairobi to Kampala. And I said, you're right, but I don't have a facility. Anyway, cut a long story short, we are here now. Our factory is in Kampala, and it is in Bugolobi. We are the largest consumer of Ugandan cotton, and we are the largest producer in the region. We have just put in $5 million of new investment to modernize the factory and to expand our product offering and to start looking at it regionally. One thing is for certain in my mind, and I'm not even reading my speech because I want to speak from my heart. One thing is very certain, 80 years of building a multilateral, rules-based trading system. From 1945, from the Second World War, it got disturbed in 8 months with a new person in the White House. So the point I'm making is that we've moved away from multilateralism to bilateralism. We all heard about the Trump tariffs and how much disruption it did to trade globally. And that's when I realized that, you know what, globalization has peaked, and the next mantra is going to be regionalization. And that's why I'm very happy to be here today, because this entire conference is about regionalization. So if we are good at growing cotton in Uganda, so why not have your cotton value chain in Uganda? I think it's absurd to actually have a polyester value chain in Uganda because polyester has to be imported from China and India has to go through Mombasa and all that. So in Kenya, I'm running a polyester value chain. So horses for courses, which horse is best for which course? And I think if every industrialist, everybody starts looking at it differently, you'll start mapping out the continent and you'll start realizing that, you know what, this business is best to be here. And if you look at our trade in East Africa, it's the lowest trade. Shame on us. After 25 years of being a community, from 7th of July 2000, today we're in 18th of August 2026, right? Our intra-Africa trade, yes, has grown from 7.5% to 15%. But what it is compared to the world? Nothing, ridiculous. And I give you statistics for you to compare with. The intra-Europe trade of 600 million people, 27 countries in Europe, is 69%. That means Europeans trading with Europeans, 69%. Then you look at Asia, and you look at the intra-Asia trade. Intra-Asia trade is running at 56%. And then you look at Americas, North America, Americans trading with Americans, it's like 45%. And then you look at Africa, Africans trading with Africans, 15%. And then you look at East Africa, East Africans trading with East Africa, 15%. Shame on us. We rather trade with outside Africa than inside Africa. We rather trade with outside East Africa than inside East Africa. So the point I'm making is, I think it's time we change our glasses. It's time we looked at life differently. It's time we looked at each other as, listen, we are the common market and we want to grow together and we will succeed together. And yes, if we don't look at that, we will be in deep, deep trouble. I know the minister talked about this morning, both the Minister of Trade and Minister of Finance, and even His Excellency, he talked about we're having a lot of non-tariff barriers. Surely in 2026, after 25 years of the community, we should not have any tariff barriers. Why should we have tariff barriers? It means I was looking at the 2026 Gazette, the finance bill of 2026, which is, for us, all of us, it's our Bible, as East Africans. More than 55% of the book has got stay of applications. 55% of the book. Right now, that book should be as is, and there should be no stay of application, meaning no duty remission, no favorite status for one company or another. We need to change our paradigms. We need to change our minds. We can't be running with stays of application whereby, you know, you're trying to stop each other from each other's markets. Really speaking, that's really what is counterproductive. And I'm so happy that we are now thinking differently, that what can we do differently? And up till today, and I must say, Uganda had the largest stay of application in the region for many, many years. I just want to tell you, guys, Kenya has perfected it and beaten you, and we have more stays of application than you have. And that's what the minister talked about. Why should you stop your eggs going to Kenya? It's because when you do it, somebody else does it. And it's just one person to the other. So as we speak today in the 2026 stays of application, Kenya is number 1, 51% of the book has got stay of application. Uganda number 2, 46%. And then Tanzania is at 15%. It just tells you, are we trying to stop each other from growing? Or are we trying to help each other from growing? So it's some serious discussion we need to have as PSFU, as KEPSA, and I'm the chair of KEPSA standing in front of you. We are the private sector. We are the problem. It's not the public sector. We go with our applications and we run around the corridors and say, guys, I need this, I need this. And we start talking company positions. We need to move from company positions to sectoral positions. What is good for the sector? And that is the day you will start dismantling this, because you cannot have a company position anymore. You need to say, if you're in the cotton textile business, what is good for the cotton textile business for everybody. Level playing field, not what is good for you and bad for me. It doesn't work. And I think it's time that we start thinking differently. It's time that we start doing differently. And it's time that we start saying, yes, if we want East Africa to win, we need to start thinking that our competition is external. We need to start thinking that our market is together. Yes, Susan came from Vietnam yesterday, but she was marketing Uganda. Why did she not go there and say, I'm East African, come and see our Ngorongoro crater, climb Mount Kenya, and then come and see the gorillas here? Why not? We need to start thinking different. Market East Africa as a destination. Make it sexy for the, right? Let's brand East Africa. And I think that's what we're trying to do. Let's build East Africa. That's what we're trying to do. And let's trade within East Africa. And until and unless we don't do that, we will be standing here talking the same thing. 25 years on, we are talking the same language. 25 years on, we are still saying, hey, you are a Ugandan, I am a Kenyan. And we are forgetting that we are East Africans. And we really need to move the needle from here to the next level. And the only way we can do it is we move away from one-stop border posts to no-stop border posts and to one common market of 330 billion people and to a combined GDP of 360, which we can definitely grow to over $1 trillion in such a short time if we work together and we build together. Asanteni sana, thank you very much, and I'll stop there.
I honestly think we can do much, much better than that. In as far as applauding Dr. Bedi, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I especially think your opening remarks will stay with us the most. You know, before you introduce yourself as Ugandan, Kenyan, Tanzanian, Rwandan, we need to increasingly grow the mindset of seeing ourselves as East African. Now, I want you to turn to your neighbor. Say, neighbor. No, say it with some conviction. Say, neighbor. Shame upon us. After 25 years, only 15% inter-East African trade that's happening between us. And ask your neighbor, what can we do about it? And I'm going to give you a minute to get feedback from your neighbor so that we are not just talking. So please, you have 1 minute to discuss what are we going to do to change the status quo, because the answers are right here. So write your answers down. I might move around just to be sure. You have a minute to discuss that predicament. After 25 years, what are we going to do to change that narrative? Because we're saying regional integration begins with a mindset. It's not just a mindset. It's not just policy, but that mindset needs to change. Has your neighbor given you an answer? Does anyone have a serious answer? Jackie, do you want to just help me with your mic? And let me hear from 1 or 2 neighbors if you think your neighbor had a brilliant suggestion. Let's hear, Jackie, let's move around with the mic. Just 1 or 2, 1 or 2. Angel, you can also help with the other mic. Let's just move around. Anyone's neighbor who gave a brilliant answer that you think, before I invite our next speaker? Jackie, Dr. Charles here from DFCU has an answer. Please come to Mr. Mdiwa over here. My colleague from Rwanda. What can we do?
You have done the same mistake.
Oh, yes. Again, I've done the same mistake calling you my colleague from Rwanda. The Rwandan county, not country.
Thank you. You have said it well now. I think the first thing we need to work on more, it is the mindset shift.
Yeah.
First of all, to feel that we are East African, that we should produce for East African, that we should consume East African, and that we should be proud of being East African. Currently, we are more of those counties than being more of the bigger family.
All right, thank you. Let me hear from my colleague from DFCU, sir. Mr. Charles, what do we need to do?
Thank you. I think the starting point for us is to stop seeing each other as competition and seeing each other as complements. That we are not, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda are not competing. We're actually operating in one area. So cooperation, and that's the first thing. Second, let's remove the borders. Let's allow the goods to flow. The number of times our trucks spend sitting on the border trying to move things is just a huge cost.
Yeah.
So if we can make it easier and they can flow easily, then that will make it easier for us to trade.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And
we have a lady here before the chairman. We'll give the lady things.
Thank you very much. My name is Doris. East African from Kenya.
The mindset is shifting. Pole pole. Yes.
I think we need to visit each other. You need to see what you need to sell. So I encourage all of us, travel and visit each other. Thank you.
All right, travel and visit each other. We'll have the last two. Mr. Mugerwa, what is your solution?
So I'm Jimmy Mugerwa,
Yes.
a board member on East African Breweries.
East African breweries. So you're already in the right mindset.
Exactly.
What you call out here? Talk to us.
But I think the point was what my friend here just raised. The state of applications. If there are 51 pages in Kenya, 51 pages, 55 percent.
51% Kenya, 46 Uganda.
And you ask yourself, who actually ensures that those state of applications are in the book?
Aha.
It is us. It is us, the private sector, because we're being selfish. So it is time the presidents came in the room and declared no more state of applications.
Aha.
And I think the other one was another very good point you made was let's stop moving from this company mindset. Because the minister is my friend, let me go and lobby to let it be a sector approach.
A sector approach.
And then let's implement what we say in these conferences.
Yeah, that's very important.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not part of my agenda, but...
I know for sure, but I still need a job.
Yeah,
Somebody-
Mr. Ragati might put
one
it in a
last
song,
one.
an East African song.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Daniel Kazube Ragadi. I am an East African from Uganda.
Wonderful.
I'm proud to be East African, but the best thing that we need to do is to embrace culture. If we embrace culture, we'll embrace business. If we had the top musicians, top actors in this room, everyone would be excited. And if we are going to talk about art, creativity will make the business, the posters, the banners, and what you do as business. Every design that you see there is made by a creative. So let us embrace culture, embrace creativity, so that we can do marketing for East Africa. Thank you.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, I see hands going up all over the place, and I'd like to thank Dr. Betty for just tickling us. And, you know, he spoke from his heart. But I'll have to stop there because this discussion is not really part of the agenda. But speaking more to what he said, if we're going to grow, you know, industry, the value chains that he has talked about, we need financing. And the question is, who is going to finance this growth? Ideas need capital, innovation needs capital, expansion needs capital, everything needs capital. And so, ushering us into the next discussion, scaling capital for industrial growth and competitiveness in East Africa, I'd like to invite, we're going to have a panel, and I'd like to invite the person who's going to moderate the panel, and he will do the honors of introducing the next, his panelists. So to steer this discussion, let's put our hands together for the Director of Finance and Insurance Services, PSFU, Mr. Latma Mukasa, and he will go on to introduce his panelists and take on that discussion. Where is the money going to come from?
Thank you very much. What a time to come after such a fantastic speech by Dr. Bedi. Thank you very much. You spoke from the heart. As I'm going to invite the panelists, MC, please take the microphone to Wilbrod. I'll start with a question as my colleagues are coming in. So, going on the discussion of being East African, it is virtually impossible to open a personal bank account in another East African country if you don't have a work permit, a residency permit, and producing ABCD. Why is that? So I was trying to do the same in Kenya. They told me, no, you can't. Luckily, one of our sponsors agreed, NCBA Bank. Then when I asked in Uganda, they told me it's exactly the same thing. If a Kenyan comes to Uganda, before they open a bank account, they must have a work permit, they must have a residency permit, a letter from their employer. Why? I think what Dr. Bedi was talking about removing borders. We should remove that. Sorry, Wilbrod, what can you say about that?
Thank you very much for catching me on the spot. I think when Sylvia spoke in the morning on the digital rails, on infrastructure, she had a very powerful message for us. Because all of us, all the East African countries, have national IDs. They have national registration authorities. They have registration service authorities for non-individual institutions, companies, and so on. So ideally, we should leverage technology and they get linked so that as an East African from any of the countries, it should be possible to open the account like you're saying. Because then the KYC, they know your customer, the verification of your identity, that is done with a national ID or a company registration detail can be verified digitally across the region. And then you are able to open, because all financial institutions require identity to open for you an account. And that's something I believe we can work through as industry associations, stakeholders here, and make it happen. I think that will make things much easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilbrod. Quite clearly, you have a lot of work to do with the other East Africans to get that sorted out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel discussion on scaling capital for industrial growth and competitiveness in the East African community. Allow me to invite very eminent gentlemen. Next time I'm asked to moderate a panel, I'll insist on having a lady. I was only given gentlemen. Mr. Clava Serumaga is the Executive Director of Equity Bank. Please join us. Mr. Charles Mudiwa, CEO of DFCU Bank, please join us. And Mr. Francis Ogwang, Country Manager, EADB, East Africa Development Bank, please join us. So as the panelists are joining us, allow me to share with you what the objective of this panel is. It's basically to establish the cost structure and reach of capital directly, how the cost structure and the reach of capital directly determines whether East African industrialists can compete on price, whether finances are innovating fast enough to serve industry's real risk profile, and whether capital moves across borders as freely as goods should. So, ladies and gentlemen, the key pillars of our discussion today, which are competitiveness, innovation, and regional value chains. I'll start with Mr. Clava Serumaga on competitiveness. Before you answer, capital is where competitiveness, innovation, and regional integration all meet. It is what lets a manufacturer price against imports, what funds new technology, and what should, in theory, move as easily across the region as goods do. Let's test whether it actually does. So this question is to Mr. Serumaga. East Africa does not necessarily lack capital. The bigger question may be whether capital is being structured and deployed around the region's industrial ambitions. From Equity Bank's perspective as a regional financial institution, what financing architecture does East Africa need to move funding from individual businesses to funding integrated regional value chains? And how can commercial banks, DFIs, governments work together to crowd in capital at scale and tenor required for globally competitive industries? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Latma. You know, we're just joking that you still look very, very young for so many years that we met almost 20 years ago. Happy to meet you once again. Clava Siromaga is my name. I'm the executive director at Equity Bank. I'm a very lucky East African. I've had the opportunity of working in at least 3 of the biggest economies of the 8 countries of East Africa. I was previously I was the CEO of NCBA Bank, most recently in Tanzania for about 3 years. And before that, I was the deputy CEO for Bank of Africa in Kenya for 5 years. And I've been here for all this time. So I have a good appreciation of how it moves across this region. But to your question, how do we move and shift away from just financing one factory? And I think that's what we need to do. Because today, it's not for lack of capital. I think as East Africa, we can mobilize capital. But how do we move away from financing one factory to financing ecosystems and value chains? And I think many of us as banks, we speak about ecosystem banking and we're going into value chain banking, but I don't think we've really mastered what it is exactly. And I think one bank that is doing this quite well is Equity Bank. We're testing it. We're trying to understand what it is. We're one of the boldest banks in this region. We have our African Resilience and Recovery Plan, which is a 10-year plan to support and grow Africa. And we said we're going to invest over $6 billion over this period. But if you look at the pillars, one of the biggest pillars there is how do we scale capital and support trade? And in there, we're talking about ecosystems and financing value chains. I'll give you 2 value chains we're trying to do. At the recent Go Forward conference that happened in Nairobi, which was in May this year, we signed a massive agreement where we're linking farmers who are growing specialty teas, the purple tea in Murang'a in central Kenya. And we are trying to promote and link this value chain to the international or global value chain. And we signed an agreement with one of the leading French specialty teas companies, together with, of course, ourselves. And the idea is that how do we take this specialty tea from Murang'a, a very small farmer in Murang'a, link him to the global value chain, for instance. And this French specialty company is going to, of course, market and put it in its supermarkets and all that. But you can imagine that entire ecosystem of just building this. We're trying to do the same for leather. I spoke about this last time. Again, in Kenya, we're still testing the concept. Our group CEO, Dr. Mwangi, keeps talking about this. You know, he's given this example several times. When we look at a cow, we look at meat, and he keeps giving the example, and he says the real value of a cow is the skin, is the hide. And he says, from that hide, you're probably going to get 10 shoes that cost about $1,000, $2,000 each. And one cow, one hide of a cow can deliver you $10,000 to $15,000. If you sold the meat of that cow, I don't think you can even raise more than $1,000, $2,000. So you can imagine how powerful that industry can be. And using that concept, the idea we're trying to do is how do we then link these livestock farmers to the Italian leather companies? And we've taken farmers from Kenya, taken them to Italy, and linked them, and also gotten the companies from Italy to come into Kenya and start the conversation to say, how do we actually get these livestock farmers to actually get real value from their livestock? This is a conversation that's going on. These are ideas, we are testing them, we are driving them, but this is real value chain financing, where you're linking one value chain to another value chain, and just moving away from one small ecosystem. That's the broader thinking. And you know, we're leading that conversation. The idea is how do we bring that to Uganda then? We have some conversations going on with Dr. Ian Clark. I think many of you know him. He has a very interesting coffee farm in Kihura, you know, near Fort Portal. And he's testing a couple of concepts around specialty coffee. And we're trying to see how can we work together to try and build this model around. So move away from volume to value. How do we start that conversation? This is a bank that's leading this conversation. So that's one part of really supporting innovation, but taking ecosystem and value chain financing to the next level. The second part is cash flow. How, as banks, we keep speaking about, we move away from collateral, we go to cash flow based lending. Banks were yet to understand it properly. We speak about it, but I don't think it's really practical. But how, for us to be able to do it, then we've got to look at the entire value chain and see the entire cash flow of the value chain. When you look at it from one lens, then it becomes very difficult. You've got to look at it from the supplier side, from the manufacturing to the last market. How are you able to do that? And as banks, when you start looking at most of our customers at a regional level, with a regional lens, then you're able to see this. A lot of our customers are now not just operating in one country, they're operating across the entire region. Mr. Betty here was very, very modest. He didn't tell you a lot of the things that we're doing together. And the work that he's doing in Kasese, farmers growing cotton in Kasese, how do we get those farmers? And he's doing fantastic work there. How do we elevate them? And we work together on that. That's stuff what we're doing with him. But the conversation started in Kenya. His conversation started in Kenya, and somehow it's flown into Uganda, and we are trying to partner to see how we can really scale this. So that's one part of the question. The second part is, how do we stop looking at ourselves as competitors? And I think that's a massive question. The conversation on competing as countries is one, but also competing as an industry. And I think that's where the issue is. We can stop competing as countries, but we've also got to come to industry. And I think one of the biggest examples, when we put away competition and we saw banks coming together, many of you may not know, but if you look at the ECOP, so many banks have participated in the ECOP financing. Equity Bank, we've come in with about almost $160 million. We have other colleagues from Stanbic, from all the other banks. I think, I'm not so sure about my colleague Mudiwa, if he has, but I know many colleagues in this industry have come together. We've sourced capital, all of us as banks, to come and support this very big national project. So we've stopped looking at ourselves as competitors and asked ourselves, how can we as an industry come together to support massive project investments in this country? And if we look at this and we continue for the SGR, we approach it the same way. We have a lot of projects that we think we can do if we remove the lens of competitiveness, but come together as an industry, collect capital together, then we can be able to support these industries. The last one, when it comes now to the regional, how do we get the regional infrastructure to work for capital? And that's a massive question, and I said it last time. Today, and I thank Sylvia for what she said, today you can move money at 2 a.m., you can send money to Tanzania on the mobile phone. You know you can do that on the mobile phone, mobile money. Tell me any bank you can walk into, or any mobile application of a bank, you can send money at 2 a.m. to any country, any person. And that's where the question is. In Tanzania, for instance, if you look at you can transfer money, you can make payment to any supplier at 2 a.m. You can go into the bank and transfer money. Today in Uganda, you have, at 4 p.m., RTGS closes, you cannot transfer and make payment anymore. It's closed, isn't it? And of course, we're doing something with the Bank of Uganda to try and see how do we have that platform. But across the region, we have the East African payment system, which has started. How do we expand that and be able to facilitate payments to suppliers across the region instantly, any time of the day, so that we're not working for only 8-10 hours a day? And I think that's really the question. Once Uganda were able now to do that, how do we integrate our payment system with Tanzania's payment system and Kenya? Because even in Kenya, you can make payment at 2 a.m. using the national switch. We need to do that in Uganda as well. Once Uganda is able to do that, we can link the three, then you can be able to pay a supplier in Kenya at 2 a.m. Why should be a stop? And I think that's the conversation we should be having right now, and I'm glad that Stephen and your team, I know the work that goes on at the back end, but you've managed for the third year in a row to bring us here to have this conversation, and I think this will definitely move us forward, and I think on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clava, for that very insightful discussion. I believe your bank has opened up in our neighboring country, DRC, correct? And that's a huge market, and what are you doing to bring it into the fold?
No, very right. So we recently opened in DRC. So DRC now is our second largest contributor in the group. In fact, internally we are saying that DRC will be bigger than Kenya in the next 3 years. That's the comment we're having. I mean, it's amazing what's happening in DRC. Today, obviously, on the eastern side, there's a lot of trade that's going on between the eastern side of DRC and ourselves. And Equity, we're now trying to see how do we make payments seamless across the border. And that's something that we've got to look at. If you look at a lot of our commodities, from Hima cement to all that, a lot of that is now moving into eastern DRC. But how are we facilitating those payments? And I think that's where the challenge is, and there's a lot of thinking that's happening between ourselves to see how best we can make that as seamless as possible.
Great, thank you very much. Allow me to move on to the next panelist. Mr. Mudiwa, you will handle innovation. Are there any live examples? For example, DFCU, where DFCU has used an innovative underwriting model, movable asset finance, warehouse receipting, alternative data to bank a manufacturer that wouldn't qualify under conventional criteria. What made it work? And what financial product innovation not yet widely used in this market could most quickly unlock industrial lending at scale?
Thank you very much, and it's a great question in terms of innovation. I think the starting point for me is for us to understand what is capital, because there are a lot of people, when you use the word capital, what comes into mind is money. And that's the common definition we have. But the reality is that capital is more than money. Capital, money, yes, is one item. But secondly, today, capital is also markets information. Do you know where to sell, how to sell, where to sell? Thirdly, capital is also people. The skills and competencies you require to be able to deliver. So it's a combination of the natural resources, the money, and the people. Then you actually have a full basket of be able to industrialize and produce. So when you ask about how do we innovate to create that additional capital, we have to bring the market information, we have to bring the money, and we have to bring the skills and competencies to allow production to happen. But also we have to look at the resources that we have and say, how do you make all this a complete production set that actually allows you to scale and then to deliver? Now, a lot of the time, because I work for a bank, everybody likes to bash banks. We're the innocent victim here, and everybody finds it easier to tackle us. And no one wants to tackle market information. No one wants to tackle policy. No one wants to tackle skills. And therefore, we don't deal with those issues. So I want us, and I'm not diverting this, but I want us to have a conversation that talks about skills. We have a problem in Africa, and Uganda is no exception, obsession with degrees. Everyone must have a degree. If I was to be the Minister of Education for one day, I would close half the universities here. There are 64 of them. Half of them are teaching history. We need to change that and make all of them technical colleges. We do not have standards. Which are the things that help us achieve this? How do we get people to have standards that actually allow us to deliver? There's no measurement of quality or standards that allow us to compete. I'm coming back to your story. Then the last one is, how do we start to bring in market information? Do people know where to sell and what to sell? So if you look at Uganda and you look at East Africa in the broader context, how do we start to create our capital, create homogeneous standards, create standard skill
places that everybody knows this is the standard I need to have. And then we bring in the money on top of that. That will then help us be able to understand that. And then, of course, we start with then creating, when it comes to the money, financial literacy. How do we create financial literacy? If you look at our savings ratios in this country, Uganda's savings ratio to GDP is at 12%. That's low. Now compare this with Singapore, 58%. So a typical Ugandan gets money and he literally eats it. No savings. Now, and we have to now rely to get money from abroad to finance us. Now, when you bring in money from abroad, what happens? They look at country risk. And what happens? The cost goes up. If we're using, think about Ethiopia. They financed almost a 12 billion project on what? Local savings from within the country. They didn't go abroad to borrow. We are trying to do a pipeline here. We're borrowing. Why can't our local savings be sufficient to do that? So our starting point as financial institutions is how do we drive the savings culture? Our plan for 2030 is 22% GDP to savings. That's where we are, from 12 to 22%. We should be going for 50%. Then we really are serious about raising capital. And the cost of capital will go down significantly. Singapore, 58% of savings. They don't have to borrow abroad because they have enough resources internally. Now, what is DFC going to do about it, and what must we do to think about this to get it done? I think the first thing is, most people, we hear the word DFCU, but what is DFCU? DFCU stands for Development Finance Company of Uganda. So first and foremost, we are Ugandan, and we are 62 years old. That makes us as Ugandan as anybody here. And we were set up to development finance. How do we start to get businesses to grow and to industrialize? Now, how many of us have eaten a chocolate from Latitude? Latitude chocolate? When you're eating that chocolate, you're eating DFCU money. Because our job is we partner with people. So in partnership with the Rabobank, who is one of our shareholders, we had an business development center, and ourselves, we took a small cooperatives in Kasese and started to build them up, and we automated there. If you just go online and you type bin book, I mean, if anyone can type that word, bin book, you'll see a thing called bin book. Just say bin book for Latitude. Anyone wants to do that? Bin book for Latitude. At least for DFC you can type quickly. Has anyone found it? Bin book, B-E-A-N. I know you are used to WhatsApp, so spellings are a problem these days. Bin like a bean that you eat. Has anyone found it? Bin book for Latitude chocolates. You found it? Have you found it? Okay, you want to read what it says? A mic somewhere? I think there is a... You found it? Yeah, you can read what it says.
So I'm Diana from DFCU Bank, and happy that I got it first. So here, coffee, it says, if you're tracking specialty, Bin Book is a widely used digital specialty coffee journal and recipe discovery app.
Yes. So we worked with the Coffee Latitude people, and we set up Bin Book. And it's a tool that's used to manage production for all the cocoa and coffee production. So you said, how do we innovate? So the first our innovation is we provide the technology that they can actually have a bin book. I'm giving you a live example, so you know I'm not talking theory. So we put up a bin book which actually allows those farmers to produce and be able to track their production. And that's the support that we give them first. So the first thing is provide the technology that is required for them to do. The second thing you asked us, How did we do it? We realized that these farmers are small. They cannot afford to buy commercial loans. So we went through the foundation, which was through Rabo Foundation and Agri Development Center, which is a DFCU really. We now call it DFCU Foundation. And we put in what we call catalytic funding, which is money that you actually get very low interest in, and therefore we expect you just to pay back the principal. And because we are giving you money that allows you, which catalyzes your development. So we gave them working capital, which allowed them to capitalize that and then to grow their business and to build it. The third thing we did was market expansion. How do we start to create market expansion for them and give them an opportunity to grow? Now, the reason why you now sit here is because we now put in a massive campaign and advertising to drive and create a market opportunity for them by talking to them and talking to retailers, wholesalers, and supermarkets to start getting that product across the line. In between that, we also help them get the funding to get the machinery to produce. Now, ordinarily, when you now see that chocolate today, these were small-scale women growers in Kasese who otherwise would not be able to have a product on the shelf. But because we worked with Rabobank, who is a Dutch company, who is our shareholder, ourselves here, looked at the market, of course the government involved, and ended up technologically developing it, market expansion, creating them, and building that capability for them to be able to grow. And that's how, when we say DFCU, transforming lives, that's transforming lives. That's our purpose, and that's how we demonstrate this growth. Now we're scaling them up. Now the next phase is, how do we start to export? So we're now moving from a local market production into a full market production. So when you consume those chocolates, just know where they started from. Just remember the word bin book, and you know exactly what DFCU does and how it transforms markets. Currently, we're working on another initiative, which is similar along the same lines, and we're working with HMH Kuku. I think they're around here, I saw them somewhere. And we are looking at schools. And the whole essence is, how do we get, because we have a lot of young people out there who, when they finish, have nothing to do. And again, I go back to that thing. What's the point of going to university if you're going to come back and sell tomatoes by the side of the road? We would rather get those young people doing something productive. So what are we doing? We're targeting the P5s and S5s and S6s, and we're setting up in schools poultry production units. Now, DFCU will provide the financial literacy, HMH Kuku will provide the chicks, and will provide the veterinary and other skills that are required. And we'll train you how to manage that. We'll help you with the feeds in the first crop. We give them 200 birds each. And then once you start doing that, what happens? You produce that. Now, once you've got your first crop, HMH Cook will buy the product from you, so you have a ready market. Again, remember I said, production is not just capital. It's about the capital, yes. It's about markets, yes. It's also about the knowledge and the skills to do that. So we're providing a full vehicle of having skills, having the capital, and the markets. So you have no reason to fail. We manage and help you, give you the skills. Now, our hope is that it will provide the additional income for the schools. We currently have 3 schools in pilot. Yesterday, I was meeting the Deputy Prime Minister of the Busoga Kingdom, and they've said to us, we'll give you all our schools to work with. So we're hoping to go from area to area and start to expand this. Now, that's an innovative way of getting people. But more importantly for us is, once you finish that, what happens next? We expect you now, those kids, when they now know how to produce. Now, instead of coming from Jinja to come to Kampala, what do? They come here, buy a border, and just be a nuisance on the road. That's all. We want those kids to stay there, produce, and grow. And they actually have an economic activity which is generating that. And we're guaranteeing we'll finance you because we've got DFC Foundation. That's what they do. They train you, you get to know that. And in this case, we've got a private sector partner who is willing to buy your product. So you can see the model that DFC works and how we do it. And we're allowing these things to scale up, but also we're driving economic transformation, which is our purpose, transforming lives and businesses in Uganda. I stop there.
Wow. Another very, very passionate presentation from the heart. Mr. Mdiwa, you've answered all my questions. in one go. So thank you very much. We'll move on to the regional value chains. Mr. Gwang, Mr. Gwang is the country manager for East Africa Development Bank. So it's in the name, the East African Development Bank. So what is EADB's specific role in financing projects that cross borders, supply chains, and not just single country plans that commercial banks structurally can't take on? And secondly, what financial instrument would most help a supplier in one East African community country and a manufacturer in another trade and invest together without currency or cross-border risk getting into the way?
Thank you very much, Latima. Good afternoon, friends. I'll begin by sharing a bit of history of the East African Development Bank. Allow me do that because not many people might know. But the East African Development Bank is an old institution. Next year, we shall be 60 years old, having been founded under the original East African Community Organization in 1967. But you all know that in 1977, the presidents in the region at the time, some people felt that they could not share the same table with others, so the bank, with the collapse of the community, also closed. But in 1980, the bank was restarted under its own charter. And what is the role of the East African Development Bank? The role of the East African Development Bank was started to support the development objectives of its member countries. So what that means is that depending on what the development agenda is in the various countries, the EADB will accordingly respond. And what do I mean? For example, today in Rwanda, we know that, okay, first, the development objectives are cross-cutting. I mean, we are all, as countries, championing manufacturing, we are championing agro-processing and value addition, we are championing industry, we are championing tourism, we are championing affordable housing, and so on and so forth. But suffice it to say that in the various countries, there will be peculiarities. Now, let me bring this closer to Uganda. In Uganda today, what is the EADB doing? I mean, speakers who spoke here earlier and who have spoken elsewhere, have talked about the tenfold growth strategy. You know, growing the economy from 50 billion to 500 billion by 2040, leveraging on the ATMs. So what I would like to share with you in a few minutes is what we are doing to address the ATMs. So under agro-industrialization, we are supporting manufacturers across the agro sector who are involved in processing and value addition. Earlier in the morning, it was mentioned that somebody is from a sugar company. Yes, we work with all the major sugar manufacturers in Uganda and across the value chain in sugar processing and manufacturing. And what do I mean? From sugar milling to cogeneration of power to the alcohol, and then to even the extraction of carbon dioxide. We're doing that. Now, in tourism, what are we doing in tourism? And this is aligned to the ATMs. We are supporting the tourism sector to scale. And I'm pausing because I see Madame Susan looking at me very critically. Yes. So we are today, and Madame Yoji is also looking, we are today supporting the tourism sector to scale up their accommodation. We are supporting the tourism sector to scale up their accommodation and other auxiliary services. I mean, people who would like to acquire boats, people who would like to acquire tourism vehicles,
and other associated services. Yes, as the East African Development Bank, we're doing that. We're also supporting minerals beneficiation. We all know about the vast discoveries of the various minerals that we have in Uganda today, be it iron ore, be it tin, and many others, and gold and others. Yes, as the East African Development Bank, we're supporting companies that are involved in mineral addition and mineral beneficiation. And then, of course, the S, science, technology, and innovation. Yes, we're also supporting businesses that are leveraging on technology, to be able to provide services and add value. But we know, as the East African Development Bank, that manufacturing and industrialization, which is the key theme of our conference today, cannot take place without energy. I know that today the cost of energy in Uganda is slightly higher than what it ordinarily should be. I think it's about 9.5 cents per kilowatt. Yes. So to be able to bring down the cost of energy to probably about 5%, as the EADB, we're committing that we will put on the grid. Our target is to put up to 1,000 megawatt in the next 5 years using the various energy mixes. Let's clap for that. I think that's very important. Because currently we have applications that we are looking at under hydro, under geothermal, under wind in Karamoja, geothermal in Panyumur and Hoima, wind power in Karamoja. We have solar in northern Uganda, and cogeneration in the various manufacturing units. So yes, we're aware that the cost of energy needs to come down so that, manufacturing becomes more affordable. We are also financing government to be able to do various critical roads, the tourism roads, like Chisoro, Nkuringo. We're also supporting Kitgum, Kidepo. We are also supporting roads in the central region, Galilaya, Bale, which are agricultural areas. We are also supporting Apach Renkunye to support agriculture, Mbulamuti, Nakapiripirit into Moroto, so that, the mineral activities in that area are unlocked. So, I would like to say, friends, and I'm very happy to be speaking at this conference, that in Uganda, that is what we are doing. But since this is a regional conference, I would like to take the opportunity to say that, yes, whatever we are doing in Uganda is what we are doing in the other countries. We have supported various projects in Tanzania. I don't want to mention names because of customer confidentiality, but yes, whatever interventions we are doing in Uganda are across the region. So friends, I would like to invite you to please approach us so that we can be able to do business and industrialize and grow this region. I'll make this very, very practical. Samantha, I'm not going to read the speech that you gave me, no, but I want to keep this very, 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 very simple and practical. Well, when we are talking money, we do not talk speeches. What is the tenure of our facilities? What is the repayment period for our facilities? We know that our region, if we are going to industrialize and if we are going to do real impactful investment, then we need patient capital. And it is for that reason that our facilities are anywhere in the region of between 8 years to 12 years for the private sector. And exceptionally, 13 years. Of course, for government, we all know that it is longer. And then, and to your point, what Latima asked, what sort of products have we designed to be able to respond to the needs of industry and manufacturing? One, I've talked about the patient capital, which comes with a longer duration. But I would also like to add that we have a grace period. Our grace period ranges from between 1 year to 3 years. Now, the grace period is tied to the implementation period of the project. Okay? You cannot ask for a longer grace period beyond the implementation period for your project. So yes, and 1 is the tenor, 2 is the grace period, but 3, our financing approach takes a project finance-based approach. We will not do corporate finance where we disburse onto your account, but it is based on project milestones. I mean, if you have done the foundation, then we'll pay for the foundation. If you have done the wall, then we'll pay for the wall. If you have imported the machinery, then we'll make advance payments towards the machinery. So it is project finance-based approach, not corporate finance-based approach. And what do we need to be able to finance projects? Of course, we'll require, the preliminaries, the cash flows, the business plans, the invoices, and such requirements. But what is very important, the message that I've been sharing in the last 3 months is issues around corporate governance. Because we're a long-term lender, because I am a long-term lender, I will want comfort in understanding that your company is well constituted with a sound board of governance, such that if I'm going to lend to you for 13 years, friends, I'm very sure that after 13 years from today, I'll have retired from the East African Development Bank. But I would want comfort, Charles. I would want comfort that even when the young gentleman or the young lady who comes after have long left, comes to you, they'll still find a company that is well run, that is sound, that is impacting the community, that is creating jobs, that is paying taxes, that is compliant in terms of corporate governance and reporting, that is paying NSSF. So issues around corporate governance, compliance, financial reporting is very, very important. Of course, for us, as an institution that is semi-governmental. Some people have asked me that why should you be concerned as to whether or not we are paying taxes? First, the money to set up the bank was gotten from the consolidated fund. Ugandans and Kenyans and Tanzanians and Rwandese taxpayers' money. So we want to deal with companies who we know are good corporate citizens, that they are paying taxes, that they are paying for, they are saving for their workers, so, that they respect the environment. Issues around ESG compliance are really at the heart of our operations.
Sorry, Francis, I just want you to, I want one more question to you.
Yes.
Can you give us one concrete recommendation on financing, one that makes industry more cost competitive, is genuinely new way of doing business, and specifically supports capital moving across borders? What should it be, and who owns making it happen?
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Now, this is the answer to that, Latimer. What I would like to share with the audience this afternoon is around blended finance. Blended finance. And I would like to recommend that continuously, as East Africans, as Ugandans, we move towards what we call an export credit agency financing structure. Beyond the debt that we know. The ECA financing structure has really got to do with purchase of content from a certain country. It could be the India Exim Bank, it could be the China Exim Bank, or whatever Exim banks. That's what I would recommend. And of course, in terms of a supplier, doing cross-border trade, I think normally it is around structuring around guarantees, cross-border guarantees.
Good.
And to offer comfort and safety that they will be paid anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, and then there's room to scale.
Okay.
There's scope for scalability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to Mr. Serumaga, same question. A concrete recommendation about financing, especially cross-border. What would you have? What would you share with us?
Thank you, Latimer. I know you're short of time, so I'll make it very brief. I think for me, there are just 2 recommendations. and I'm going to make them in the spirit of Jimmy's observation. How can we execute what we talk about here? And this one will go to my boss. To my boss. How can we, if we come back here for the fourth annual conference, I wish you can be able to tell everybody that a company in Uganda can pay a supplier in Tanzania or in Kenya or across the region at 2 a.m. Can do a bank transfer to any supplier in this region at 2 a.m. If we can be able to do that, and I think you can lead the conversation, how do we get all the institutions to have this conversation? We already have the East African payment system. How do we scale it up? And how do we accelerate Uganda to catch up so that we can be able to integrate and harness this platform so that we are able to guarantee to all our members here that they can actually pay suppliers and pay anybody across the border 2 a.m. using a bank transfer, real time. That's the first one.
Okay.
The second one, again, the challenge again, I'm putting it to my boss again. I think it's a comment we can have. I know we have the bankers, dinner conference, I think sometime very soon. I think the question you put to him, let's not drop it. How can we lead that conversation that an East African can open an account across the region without going through the current hurdles that we have? Because we have the infrastructure. Today, if you come into any bank in Uganda to open an account, the first thing we do is to ask for your national ID. And what do? We query NIRA immediately to confirm whether your national ID is valid or not, and whether the person is standing in front of us is the real person. There's no better KYC confirmation than that in real time. In Kenya, you can do the same thing using their card. In Tanzania, you can do the same thing. So why not then integrate and have a Tanzanian come into Uganda and we're able to query their database in Tanzania to confirm whether the person sitting in front of us is the real person and he does what he says he does. So that's the first thing. The second one, of course, again with the same financial inclusion, is companies. Today, if any company is opening an account in Uganda, the first thing we do is to query your company in the Registration Bureau database. We query real time. We know who your directors are. We know when you last had your meeting. We see your memats. Everything is clear right now in the Registration Bureau. The same thing is happening in Tanzania. The same thing is happening in Kenya. Why don't we then integrate quickly so that we can be able to query companies from Kenya? We can query them here and open the accounts. I think it's a conference that's real. Let's not drop the idea. I think it's a real idea. And I think it can be championed by Wilbrod and the association so that by the time we come back again next time, you challenge the bankers whether we've moved the needle or not. Thank you, Latma.
Good, thank you very much. And the last question to Mr. Midiwa, same thing, concrete recommendation on financing cross-border.
Thank you. I think for me, the first thing that we need to start dealing with is let's just have a common currency. I mean, it's a shilling. So just call it shilling, remove the KE, remove the U, remove the TZ. Just call it a shilling. That's the starting point. Once we all operate on the shilling, one country, or if you want to call it 1 shilling, 1 federation, let's just have a shilling and we just call it a shilling. I think for me that is the starting point, because the moment we all start talking about the same shilling, then we are all talking the same language. And that's a critical part. And I know there's a vision to do it, but I would rather we do it sooner rather than later. I mean, that resolves our problem. The second one that also helps is, I mean, this thing of trucks sitting across the border for days on end, just to move something from Tanzania to here, or we need to kill that. How do we make those trucks move? Because each time I see those trucks, that's an economic cost. I think the one underestimated cost in Africa is the time of waiting. I mean, if I think about it, meetings don't start on time. You are always, I mean, there's one thing that Africans have a lot of faith. I always say Africans have the faith of Arsenal. You know, you wait for a long time for anything to happen. I mean, Arsenal took them 20 years. But, you know, you are always waiting. You are waiting in a queue for something.
waiting in a queue. Everything is a queue and you're always waiting. But the most expensive commodity in Africa is time. We waste so much time in just queuing. Either queuing at the border, queuing to get food, queuing to start a meeting. Everything is a queue. And if we can kill the queues and just make things move and save time, then we will be very efficient. So for me, cross-border costs, one currency, kill the queues. Then we are good.
Fantastic, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our very brilliant panelists. Thank you very much.
Latimer, we are saying we can have the regional central bank at EADB.
EADB.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will I just allow for our panelists to have a quick photo op right there, and I'll allow Mr. Latimer to just join them as well. A big round of applause for our panelists. I think they have done a swell job. And in the words of Mr. Mdiwa, we don't want to wait for lunch. We don't want to queue. We don't want to. And so I want to make haste, and there's a very tall order for the next panelist to be able to moderate their panel within the next 35 minutes to ensure that as Africa, we shall have lunch at 2 sharp. And so one more time, let's give it up for the team. We've talked about ambition. We've talked about vision of value chains, access to capital, and now the question becomes execution. And we have policies, but are they translating into real growth? And that's really the question that we want to ask, all right? And so very, very quickly, and without further ado, allow me just invite Dr. Ezra Mhumuza Rwanda, the ED of UMA, who is going to very quickly come and moderate this discussion. Again, our goal is to be done and ready for lunch at 2 p.m. Hashtag no pressure, Mr. Mhumuza. But ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Mhumuza even as he comes to moderate this panel. I thank you. I don't know how you'll do it.
Good afternoon. Dignitaries in the room. Can we do that while standing? And you say, East Africa, stand up. Thank you very much, the MC and the chair of PSFU that has convened us here. Let's resume our seats and we start to talk business that means business. I am here to use 20 minutes to listen to people who constitute the panel. This panel is going to be involving Mr. Deogratius Masawe, the CEO, Tanzania Private Sector Federation. Deogratius, your CV is long. I will send it to them to read. Co-convener, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, my teacher. They clap their hands for you. This man taught me very good English, so whenever I make slight mistakes, it is him. Anna Namboze, she's the director of Uganda and South Sudan Trademark, Africa. With my powers, I don't know whether that is good distribution or you could distribute properly so that you don't copy from each other, because these questions are going to be tough. I don't want either to help, so come this and we balance the boat. Yes. I was taught in my school practice that whenever you go out to meet a class and you know they are bright people, the best way is shoot hard questions for them so that they will start to respect you. Now, as a moderator, I am here to ask these people very simple questions. In 2009, Common Market was signed for East Africa. 2 people are in the room. Those I can recall vividly. Jim Kabeo is in the room, and Lino. There are some of our elders that were there in 2009 pushing this agenda, and at extraordinary meeting number 11. Oh, there is another panelist, Faustine, from the western county of EAC, which used to be called Rwanda before the signing of EAC. Please, get the seat. At 11th Ordinary Summit of Ministers, the Common Market was signed. Thank you very much. This Common Market, called the East Africa Common Market, had its 4 objectives. Objective number 1 was to reduce transaction costs. Objective 2 was to create a larger market. Objective 3 was to stimulate investment and industrialization. Objective 4 was to create social development for East Africans. As simple as that. Then people in the room asked, how are we going to achieve this? Someone said, let's get these freedoms. So in the protocol, some 4 freedoms were signed. There was freedom of movement of goods. The other one was free movement of persons who crossed from one country and did not have to present their passport. The other one, free movement of labor. At that time, we differentiated between someone moving to work across East African country from a person moving for any other reason. And the right of establishment, that if you want to put a factory in Uganda and another one wants to put it in Kenya, you must face similar rights. But now in some countries, I hear you must apply as a foreigner. The other one was free movement of capital. The last discussion was actually speaking about capital. So, my panelists, you represent very good countries, partners of EAC. I want us to a little bit shed light where we are. 2010, because this common market was supposed to be effective 1st of July 2010, which marks over 25 years now. And the common bottom line is harmonization of policies. So as custodians of policies, observers of these policies, I want us to discuss very shortly how we are faring. My teacher, you had private sector in this country called northwest of the EAC. Where are we in terms of achieving those objectives?
Thank you very much, my student, Ezra, for that question, and good afternoon, everybody. Let me take this opportunity once again as an offside to thank all of you for coming in big numbers, and especially our visitors from the other districts of East Africa. It's a pleasure to host you, and the purpose of this conference is largely to create an enabling environment for businesses in the region to speak to each other. So on the onset, Ezra, the East African community, as was put earlier, and I really reiterate this position, we had a very good tenure from 1967 to 1977, when the community really thrived. As a young man, I remember we had one airline, one railway system, one bank, one ports and harbors, and everything was East African. Even our university syllabuses were one. Unfortunately, from 1977 up to very recently, in the late 90s, that system broke down. I'd like to inform you also that around 2003, I took a bold step as an individual with my colleagues to start a regional business entity. I don't know how many of you remember a media house called the East African Business Week. That was my baby. And for 12 years, I published a newspaper that was going across East Africa. Now, I lived in the days when there were two borders. It was very difficult, for example, to set up a bank account, even if you had the same bank here and across the region. I had an office in Nairobi, in Dar es Salaam, in Kigali, in Bujumbura, and eventually I opened an office in Addis Ababa. So I have a very practical experience of what the region was then and what it is now. And I must pay tribute to our governments for the commitment of ensuring that we have a very sustainable, integrated regional focus. Now, in the context of the question you have raised, when the government or the executive, for that matter, set up the East African community, they also provided for an East African Legislative Assembly, which is the parliament. The private sector then set up the East African Business Council. And I'm glad Mr. Farah is in the room. The purpose of the East African Business Council was to create a voice where the private sector would then create that particular special purpose vehicle to engage the executive, the legislature, and bring the private sector together. In that context also, the PSFU, the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, the Rwanda Private Sector Alliance, and the other business people then pushed for that special purpose vehicle to convince the executives in those countries to create that environment. I'm building context here. Now, I remember as a journalist, we then pushed for the voice of the East African Media Council and the other private sector players. And I can tell you from that time to this date, so much has happened. And maybe Anne will talk about it on the context of the trademark, East African trademark now. Now, between that time and now, we have seen the growth of intra-East African trade and intra-East African business. And I'll give you some statistics quickly so that I then create that element. So between 2012 and now, we have given ourselves targets of 25% of GDP. And this, I'm talking about industry. And that target is ambitious as much as it is something that we are trying to create value chains. Number two, Uganda in particular, we have seen that our contribution to GDP by the manufacturing or the industry sector has risen to 16.5%. From almost 4%, Uganda has grown exponentially to 16, and we are going to see these numbers going up. And I think we should applaud ourselves for that. In fact, Uganda has set the fastest growth. It's not yet where we are, but in terms of the growth, it has gone very far. Why? Because our private sector here, through the East African Business Council, has now suggested, and I was in that meeting when the East African Business Council met, we suggested that before the EAC Summit of Presidents, the private sector voice collectively must be heard so that as they make these policies, our position as private sector must be heard. And therefore, We believe that our target of 2032, where we're looking at almost 40–50%, will be had. So I want us to applaud the private sector in the room and our sister and brother partners from those places. So these are the parameters, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, in Uganda, we have moved from policy to operation. As you know, Ezra, I want to applaud the Uganda Investment Authority and the Uganda Manufacturers Association. Our industrial park has actually grown by 40% in the last 10 years. And that is from a policy position to operations. Now, what has our industrial park portfolio brought about? Number one, we have now hosted hundreds of factories. Number two, as a result of that and the combined effort of the private sector, we have created over 200,000 jobs in the last 5 years alone. Number three, and I hope URA is here, we have now generated significant amounts of tax revenue. Those are implications. At PSFU, and through my chairman, PSFU's work is to create a policy and advocacy drive to then ensure that the policies that are brought about in government make sense. In the last 5 years alone, we have influenced our budgets from 65% to 85% of the national budget. And that is private sector driven. And I think that is something you need to clap about. Fourthly, as a result of this discussion, you cannot grow productivity without power. We have influenced government, for example, to lower the electricity tariffs to 5 cents, although we want more. And number two, to suggest to government that can they lower power tariffs during non-peak hours. So when most of you are asleep, the tariff is down, productivity is up, and that is to ensure that we grow. Finally, because of time, we have also pushed that the government of Uganda and across East Africa give support to our Bureau of Standards and their capacity. As a matter of fact, the government in Uganda, and being influenced by what is happening across the country, has brought in more resources to our National Bureau of Standards, so that then you create those unnecessary roadblocks that then make other countries or other regions give you the non-tariff barriers that impede. So I thought I'd give context where we've come from, where we are, and where we're headed.
Thank you. De gracias. What are we doing right, and what should be done differently, in your view, using the context of the biggest country in the EAC, in terms of the South? I'm told no names anymore. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much. So first, I will start with what we are actually doing right. I am lucky that the last 25 years I was still in school, so at least I can say this was not right, because I was not there.
That won't save you.
Yeah. So one of the issues that we think the EAC has done right, I'll say in terms of political and the will of the governments between all parties, that in that aspect it has been done right. But on the aspect of the private sector, I think there has to be push more. If more than 25 years we are speaking the intertrade between our countries is about 15, less than 16%, then something is wrong. And why am I saying that? I'm looking to the composition of my country, that the private sector employ more than 80% of the workforce. And it's a major contributor to the economy. By doing that, we believe the private sector is the engine and it's the one that runs the economy. So if the same mindset goes to across the EAC countries, we believe whatever the role of the government is to convene and provide platforms. Even as private sector apex bodies, our role, I normally say we have 3 roles: to convene, to connect, and to make a follow-up. So it is the private sector themselves, the players, the manufacturers, those who are actually doing business in different sectors, to push for the agendas. The intention was to ensure we have free movement of people. There are so many platforms that have happened for the last many years. Where does the private sector showcase the impact and the repercussion that the government has to take between different countries to showcase this is what triggers or hinders us to do more business within EAC? So this is very key. One of the other issues which I also wanted to make sure is, of course, to upload the EABC and PSFU. I was asking myself, this is the third industrial forum. And I was taking back maybe two months back when we had the French Africa Summit in Kenya. It made me ask, if this is the whole of East Africa members countries, that French and Africa Summit had more than maybe 2,000 or 3,000 participants. So what does that deploy? That deploys the private sector within EAC. Are we really triggered to increase this trade volume between our countries? If an important forum like this, we have less than 1,000 participants. So it is very crucial that the participants from our countries take lead at the initiative without looking at the tariff and all the barriers, because these are the platforms where we discuss what is wrong and what needs to be corrected within our government. So this kind of initiative has to be taken into consideration within the EAC. When I came today, I never knew there was a wine called hibiscus wine. I never knew you can create wine out of hibiscus. So I believe through connectivity and events like this, we get to meet and to understand what other countries offer and what are the opportunities that other countries can exploit and increase our trade.
Thank you. You will allow me to jump the important lady, and I come to Faustin Kulasira, the Chief Operations Officer of the Private Sector Federation of the Republic of Rwanda. What is that you are doing differently to promote industrialization in that economy we all admire, called Rwanda?
Thank you so much. I would say there is a lot that is happening. When you look at already for the last 10 years, our economy was more of the trade. But currently there is really a lot that is happening. We have seen more than 1,000 companies moving from the trade to manufacturing. On its own, it is really not very big in terms of achievement. And its own contribution is now between 10 to 15% of the GDP. So it shows really how the manufacturing is growing within Rwanda. And this is due to the environment that is more friendly. However, the challenge remains still big. When you look at the potential for Rwanda itself as an economy, but also within the EAC. And that is where I think the platform like this should really be more promoted and even given the right attention. To look at how do we go beyond of what has been said by many speakers. How do we really implement? Because the policy is there, be at the level of EAC, policies are there at a country's level, but the main challenge that are there, it is more of the implementation. And that is where we really need to advocate to everyone who is present in the room, to everyone at the government level, partners level, and even the regional bloc. Because when you look at the EAC industrial policy, it is remaining with 6 years. The big challenge is not about the policy. It is not about the law. They are there. But when it comes to the development, the implementation, that is really where the big issue is. You have heard about the financial sector. You have heard about the chairman of KEPSA. So we need all to look at how do we really work very hard on the implementation side. The second layer is how do we move from the national interest now to the regional? Because when you look at most of our companies, they are more national focused instead of focusing on the region. So that is another layer that we need to give attention. Last not least is the certification. How do we promote for reasonable, sustainable, and responsible businesses as well. Because if we don't care about our clientele, our market, then there is also another big challenge. Otherwise, the opportunity is very there. The market is very big than the current capacity of production. So if we can promote the manufacturing within the EAC, we can really dominate. Because the current status, we are talking about 15%. SADC is talking about 20%. So we are already behind SADC. When you look at EU, they are talking about 60%. So what are we missing? The financier, they are talking that they have money. But when you talk to companies, they will say they are not accessing the money. So what is really missing? And I think that is where we need to be more focusing and be implementation more focused than having a good discussions and policies. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna, these people, they are directly into the battle of doing business. Your job has always been to ensure that the policies are good. And we thank Trademark Africa for having been with us right from the beginning when ESC was being formulated. Now, at the policy level, as an analyst, what are those policies that are actually working so that these people can copy, and what are those that you think are not working so that they drop them, from your point of view?
Thank you, Ezra. Good afternoon to you all. So in terms of policy, we're discussing today regional industrialization. So the most applicable regional policy is the ESC, industrial policy, which is a policy of 2012 ending 2032. The policy really is a very good one, as most of our laws and legal frameworks are. It did identify key sectors, and we have seen in the last couple of years, if you're just looking at maybe 2021, 2024, these are the very sectors that are really growing within the region. We see textiles, chemicals, iron and steel, edible oils, cement, and pharmaceuticals as really coming up within the region. Surprisingly, even a sector like machinery, there's a lot of reassembling of machinery within the region. So using everything that has to do with rules of origin, we are able to see that a lot of machinery now being traded within the region, at least 25% of it is coming from another country because of the industrial parks like we have in Uganda. So in that way, we have also seen, because of this ESC customs union, we also have a common external tariff. This common external tariff allows to make all East African goods more competitive because you're basically at a 0% tariff if you're trading within the region. Of course, the implementation is where we're going to come in terms of the issues. But again, for trade to be properly done, there's also that issue of trust. How do we ensure that your products are of the quality that you're telling us? That is definitely by ensuring that they have the quality mark by the different standards bureaus. So a big problem before was that Uganda would have a different standard for goods, Kenya would have a different one, Tanzania would have a different one. Even simple things like maize, there would be different moisture contents. So that would mean every time you have to go to a different country, you have to get tested again. They don't trust the quality from another country. But now there's been over 2,000 standards that have been harmonized in the ESC region. So again, we're seeing the impact of that coming in.
Thank you very much. No, industrialization policy sits on very few factors of production. It is technology, it is capital, it is labor, and market. Major ones. So you think that a good industrial, ESC industrial policy should be able to unlock those four, isn't it? But they are not fully unlocked. De Gracias, speak to simple things that can unlock labor in ESC. Because Uganda spoke of employment being done. I was about to pose the question for him. Of those employed, how many have EAC semblance. You have employed, but you have continued to employ only those that are within your environment. How do we unlock the labor policies that speak to industrial policy?
Yes, so I think to ensure that it starts to be a deliberate between all members to agree on the labor employment policy within the countries. For my opinion, there's nothing wrong on every country employment labor to have a specific special criteria for EAC citizens. That does not necessarily apply to other nationalities. Let's say a person from Asia should not follow the same procedures. That is to ensure there's a free movement of labors between our countries. Of course, we understand there's a reservation to some of the countries because of the numbers of positions. Even in our country, we have those kind of reservation. But I think jointly, between all countries, they can deliberately agree and decide what to do about it. Because I'll give an example. In Tanzania, I'm currently in the logistic company, also at my personal level. There's a huge demand of drivers. There's a huge gap. You find somebody with more than 200 trucks with no drivers. So it's a huge gap. And I believe within EAC market, there's a lot of drivers. Maybe there are other countries where drivers are looking, how can I get job opportunities? But in our country, when you go to the transport and logistics sector, that's a major barrier. So the regulators should see on how to promote job opportunity within our community so that at least we can exploit it.
Faustin, technology. You see, the accusation has been that only 15% has been traded within the EAC. To me, that's a great percentage. Because before the integration, we have been net consumers and we have not been producers. Now we are making yardsticks to produce so that we become, because trade, it means production and consumption. But one of our challenge is technology. How do we become net producers as a region when we still have issues of technology? What are those policies that you think we can tilt to unlock that challenge?
Thank you. I think the issue is no longer about the policies. It is more of efficiency in whatever we do. The previous panel was talking about difficulties in opening an account. By focusing on the traditional way, it won't work. But if we digitalize services, then it becomes very easy. I may just give you some simple examples. Today, to transact between Momo and a bank account in Rwanda is 20 francs by transaction. 20 francs, it is less than 0.5 cents. How is it in every country? Today, we are talking about AI, and this is really dominating. But when you look at our data centers, you'll find most of our countries still relying on Dubai and other countries. Why don't we invest into this? Today, when you look at manufacturing, China, the reason the product produced in China is more cheaper than what is being produced in EAC, there is also that component of usage of technology. So the technology currently, it is no longer a choice. It is a paramount to any business. And this is really a call to mainly our members, the private sector players, but even as well to the government. If we don't shift, we will keep as consumers of other markets. Today in Rwanda, if you're applying for the passport, you don't knock to any office. You just do it by your own phone. Today, to register a company in Rwanda, you don't need to come to Rwanda. You just go online. And it takes only 6 hours. By 6 hours, you have your company registration certificate. Today, there is really a lot that you cannot do if you are not applying the technology. So to us all here, imagine just 1 hour without a phone in your hands. How will you feel? So we don't have choice, be from agriculture to tourism, to conservation, to manufacturing, to logistics. Today we don't have really choice. In Rwanda we have seen more where people can now track their trucks everywhere, know where it is, by using technology. So let's really take this not as a luxury, not as a new trend, as a new global trend, but find this as a tool that will help us to be more competitive and make more money. So we don't really have a choice. The only way to go is to invest in this. And this has to be a collective responsibility, not a partner or a government alone. This really should really be private sector driven with support of the government and the regional blocks. Otherwise, we don't have choice. The only choice is to go digital, is to go technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna, you know how building the framework has been in ESC. One of the shortcoming thing or the challenging is money. What do you think would be the solution to unlock money to operationalize ESC, money to operationalize industrialization in ESC, money to operationalize doing of business, in your view? Because where you sit, you've been a very good donor and you know the challenges of money. How do we unlock this?
Okay, so I'd like to differ slightly. I think money is not at the forefront of this, because as we've seen with the ESC, and now we're struggling with this at the AFCFTA, some of these issues, such as movement of persons, is not really a money issue. It's the will of the nations. One of the biggest hindrances of our industrialization, and the manufacturers here will tell you, is protectionism by the different countries. The fact that our sugar cannot go out to certain countries, our eggs, our fish, and so on and so forth. It's really protectionism, where you reach the doors of your neighboring country and they say, you know what, you have to pay these fees, and yet the policy has already provided for something else. So it's not really, there's a lot of other issues that are there. But yes, we do need the funding to be able to have the big movers in. We need the infrastructure, we need the roads, because right now it is a lot cheaper for Nairobi to import rice from Brazil than to actually take it by road from Uganda. So we need the big infrastructure. I know Dr. Desi Bedi, when he was presenting, talked about the fact that time is a cost. So when we're at the borders and there's any inefficiency, then it does create a problem. So we need to be able to make sure we have more efficient borders, we have warehousing. These are all with money. And I think the money really sits with the private sector, and I'm glad we had the Bankers Association. Thank you very much, PSFU, for inviting them in, because it is the private sector. They have a lot of money, they have the investments, they need to have these conversations with government. I know we did have a lot of government officials earlier, but they need to be in the same room so that we can be able to unlock. The private sector has the funds, they just need the facilitation. Where can they establish? Let the systems, the value chains be transparent, not just for one individual who has approached and managed to get to the powers that be, but for everybody that can get into the system. So we are very appreciative of the government now that at least the investors are well facilitated, and they should apply for both foreign and local investors to be able to get established quickly and be able to get more of the funding. But I think the mentality is to change from, and especially we're looking at the donor landscape, it has changed tremendously. There's a lot of issues in the world. They're looking at the humanitarian issues, and that's where the funds are going. So locally, let us tap into what is there now and ensure that the business environment is facilitative of that.
Thank you very much. Mwalimu, you know I've given up, I can't have twins anymore. And the reason is very clear. Me and you, we never have full nights to ourselves because of this problem called NTB. It is in the morning, in the afternoon, market access has become a challenge in ESC. Yet, we are talking, this is a good English about industrialization. We cannot industrialize sustainably if the market access is still to fight for. What do we do to trust ourselves? What are those policies we need to ensure that the ESC market is market for all?
Thank you very much, Ezra. I think I want to look at NTBs as a war and the efforts that we try and put in place as battles. I think that, again, I will use my history. I've been in this East African space since 2000. I think that the first, and I'm going to look at all of us here, and thank God that all of us are East Africans. The first victim and the precursor of NTBs is us in private sector. I can tell you countless times you find private sector companies going to the business, going to government, and pulling these unnecessary barriers. I'll give you an example. Many years ago, I was in tourism, and we went to Arusha at the East African community to negotiate for tourism vehicles to have seamless travel across the region. We were in a room with private sector and government. Just about when we were about to clinch the deal to suggest that vehicles which have started an itinerary in Nairobi and can go through Kampala and end in Kigali. And again, I won't mention countries for obvious reasons. Our own private sector people went to the ministers and the permanent secretary of a certain country and blocked the motion. It was us in private sector who pushed for NTBs. So we should not blame government. Yes, indeed, it is them who make the policies. But the problem and the buck starts with us here in private sector. So the purpose of this conference, Ezra, is for private sector to speak to each other and say, guys, if I have excess sugar, we can even negotiate on price because business is about price negotiation. Let it start with us in private sector. If I am the leader of a bank in Nairobi, Kampala, Kigali, can we have a regional conference of our own banks and say, guys, we have a market of 400, we cannot sustain it. Can we have a conversation on lowering whatever transaction costs so that we create an enabling environment for people to grow their business? For 10 years, we argued that a phone call from Uganda to Tanzania or Kenya was costing 3 times the cost of the same phone call to the US. These were private sector companies. But there, it was the government which imposed the tariff. We went on the table, had a discussion, these tariffs were lowered. I will speak to the airlines. The cost of flying from Entebbe to Nairobi to Dar es Salaam is 3 times the cost of flying the distance from London to Paris, the same distance as Entebbe to Nairobi. It's 4 times the cost. Guys, let us sit in this room and say, instead of having only 4 flights, can't we have a flight every 20 minutes from here to Nairobi, from here to Kigali, from here to Dar es Salaam? $400, for example. Let us have this discussion across the board. So the reason we brought this meeting here is to suggest that private sector, let's talk to each other. Lower costs, remove barriers, trade more, have more, earn more, create more jobs, then investors will come. The reason why people are not coming to East Africa and they are going to SADC, to COMESA, is because if we here in the room, both government and private, are not talking the language. And therefore, this is like an altar call in church. Let us get born again, confess our sins, come to Christ, and have life lasting ever after. Amen.
Thank you very much. As we close, I want a sentence of not more than 5 words that will mark this day in the history of EAC. Because this Wednesday, the 18th of August, will never come back. And you may never get it again. One single statement that mark your contribution to EAC agenda. I start with Faustin.
The market is available, and everyone needs wealth. Let us work together to create wealth that is sustainable for us all. Thank you.
End of the quote. Anna?
I think I'll just add to what Faustin said, because the market is actually bigger than EAC. It's also African Continental Free Trade Area. So we are all on the same bus, as we say here in Uganda. Let us think more globally, more regionally, and not nationally in all our policies. Thank you.
Shared across the EAC. Mwalimu.
Thank you. East Africa has 400 million people. If our businesses made a profit of $1 every day, we would have $400 million in our bank account. Think about that. Thank you.
That tagline is made. Journalists don't ask any other question. Deogratius.
Thank you. So to create a regional value chain, I would aspire when Tanzania build a factory, Kenya supply the components, Uganda supply the raw materials, South Sudan create a market, and the vice versa is true, then we can integrate the EAC value chain.
Thank you very much. Mine is simple. The solution is with us, for God and my country. I will not thank the panelists, I'm sorry, because they are doing their job.
Nonetheless, I will thank Dr. Ezra and his panelists for doing a splendid, splendid job, and especially managing time ever so efficiently. Come on, let's give them a big round of applause, and we'll allow them to have a photo ops moment. I believe the writing is clear on the wall. The policies have been discussed. What is the variance between the policy and what in Uganda we say omuntu wa wansi in the business? What are they experiencing down there at the grassroots level? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have all earned the right to go for lunch and further this discussion over a meal. And I'm hoping each one of you has received a meal coupon. You will notice that your meal coupons are of different colors. This is not to suggest that you have different menus or that we are breaking you up in East African regions or anything like that. It's just the hotel doesn't have different facilities for all of us to fit in the same space. So just by guidance, if you have a yellow coupon, you will be going for lunch in Pearl Restaurant. If you have a green coupon, you will be going for lunch in the Lakes Restaurant. If yours is pink, that is Turako. If you have an orange coupon, you're going to Bambara. And if you have a blue coupon, you'll be going to the exhibition tent. Be advised, it's the same meal across the board, and these color codes are just for us to manage space. But thank you very much. We'd like to make haste and do our best to be back in 45 minutes. The exhibition tent is open, and it will be awesome for you to drop by there and see the different manufacturing and innovations and industrialization things that people are doing across the region. I thank you. Lunch has been prayed for, so just go and eat it. If you're on a diet, don't worry, you'll start again tomorrow. For now, let us indulge. I thank you. Mr. DJ and the media team, over to you. Remember to ensure to just carry your property, your belongings. Whereas we trust each other as East Africans, the responsibility for you to carry your phone and laptops is all on you. I thank you.
Hello. Hello, East Africans. I hope we had a great lunch. Please make your way to the conference hall so we can get started with the afternoon session. Good people who are still outside, please make your way to the conference hall so we can start off with the afternoon session.
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to officially get started with our afternoon session. We have two panels, and in the interest of time, would like to get started. So I'll ask those involved in the next panel, the moderator and the panelists, to just get ready. And in the next 3 to 5 minutes max, I'll be inviting you to the stage. Reach out for your colleagues who are not yet here to please come and join us. And for the rest of you in the exhibition tent within the hearing of my voice, we encourage you to make haste and make your way back to the conference room. And let's keep this discussion on industrialization going. Thank you very much. I can see a lot of the delegates walking in. I hope you enjoy that sumptuous lunch that we had. And we'll be officially starting in a few minutes. Thank you.
That's why I earn this money and pay that thing. Now I'm a tailor, and my husband too has a business of taking saying he's having clinic at the roadside there. This is what we are doing here, and I come here that sustain our life. Okay.
Universities cannot prepare these students for work readiness.
In 2019, European Union and the private sector conducted a series of studies. And from those studies, it was very clear that, one, Uganda has a high unemployment rate, and private sector in particular had specific skills needs or sets, and the qualified young Ugandans coming from institutions of learning would not match up.
We found out of the study that there were areas that were not being covered within the curriculum of the university, or they were just touch-based. Areas like personal development skills, interpersonal skills.
Okay, production team, thank you so much. I think it is right about now that we need to resume and get started with the next panel. But first of all, I really do hope that you had a wonderful time, you had great lunch, you were able to meet somebody new. I hope you did. I personally did meet beautiful women who are involved in cocoa production, cocoa growing, and I don't know where they seated, the beautiful ladies who took me through. Yes, they are right there. Please wave. Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed the conversation over lunch. And so the whole point for us to, go out for lunch and the cocktail that is coming later in the evening is really for us to kind of network, get to know each other, get to know which other opportunities we can get from our colleagues. And I know that we all bring different value on the table. So make sure that you get to know somebody new today. At least you should actually understand what they do and what you can actually do together. I have seen that we have been joined by captains of the industries, some CEOs that I can see here. I see the CEO of Uganda Bati, Mr. George Arodi, and your CFO. Thank you so much for coming through. I saw the country manager, of course, of BAT, who is also around. Arthur, we appreciate you. But most importantly, we appreciate the sponsors. We can't thank you enough for making this happen. We truly appreciate your support. Thank you for riding with Private Sector Foundation. Of course, they have convened this conference in partnership with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and the Uganda Investment Authority, and of course with so many of our partners that are listed here, and we will be talking about them and appreciating them along the way. I really understand that usually afternoons are tricky. You know, getting attention in the afternoon is almost, you know, quite difficult, but I know that I have my partner in crime, Ronnie. He will really wake us all up. And so for that matter, I believe that we are ready to, you know, to kind of understand and get to learn from the captains of the industries, because our next panel is the high-level panel that is bringing together leaders from the sector to examine opportunities, constraints, and innovations shaping regional competitiveness. As earlier on discussed, we agreed that as East Africa, we are actually not competitors, but rather we are complementing each other. So there's no competition in the East African community. All we need to do is to ensure that we are producing more, we are marketing more within ourselves, and also we are, you know, making sure that we can actually compete globally and ensure that we build sustainable industries. Now, without further ado, I would like to request Mr. Kenneth Ayebare, who will be taking us through the next session. Mr. Kenneth Ayebare, the Transport and Logistics Committee Chairman at PSFU Board, to come and invite his panelists, who will then walk us through the regional value chains in practice. Mr. Ayebare.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. I've been warned that to attract your attention is very hard after lunch. But even before, I thought it is your between lunch and a session, and it would be even more difficult. So I have a panel of great men who will be coming in. And our objective, our session objective, will be to surface the practical opportunities and constraints shaping regional value chain integration across 5 priority industrial sectors. And that is where each sector stands on cost and quality, competitiveness, and what innovations are positioning for regional scale, and where the clearest opportunities lie to connect these sectors across East African borders, rather than each competing alone in a single domestic market. Now, most of the East African community issues have been discussed, so I expect not to use a lot of time, and I very trust my panelists that they will be very brief. But before we start, I want to invite Mr. David Wozemba, the country director of Agra Uganda, to give us very brief remarks as my panelists prepare. Thank you.
Protocols observed. Brief remarks. I will try and be as brief as possible. David Wazemba is my name. I lead the country office of AGRA. Let me start with this phrase, and it's important that we acknowledge as we reflect on this third session of the conference, that when farmers prosper, Africa prospers. And this phrase has been coined across a number of sessions in reflecting what's the role of the private sector, what's the role of the government, the role of other actors in shaping the value chains. And the value chains, to a large extent, are anchored around the biggest, beneficiary of the value chain and efficiency is the farmer. So when the farmer prospers, Africa prospers. Back to the theme, regional value chains in practice, opportunities and challenges. From my perspective, it will be unfair for us to just assume that value chains are linear. Value chains operate in an ecosystem. And this ecosystem is critical for us to be able to understand what are some of the binding constraints around the nodes within the ecosystem. By unlocking any of these constraints around each of the nodes in the ecosystem, the chances are that we will effectively streamline the supply chain. So regional value chains involve production, processing, and distribution of goods and services across sectors. Again, like I said, production, processing, and distribution is not linear. It operates in an ecosystem. And across countries, all these levels will require us to streamline to unlock the potential. So in doing so, the opportunities that possibly we would possibly unlock. We have talked about the broader market access, and this doesn't need us to speak more about it. It's a given. Farms can scale production, can grow exports, can respond to stronger regional demands. If we accept and recognize that this demand can be unlocked, there exists potential demand. But if that potential, the size of opportunity is clear, but how do we make sure that we translate this opportunity into the actual demand, not just the potential demand? There is also a need for industrial focus and efficiency. I happen to really meet a lot of industrial players. They're interested in setting up industries across East Africa. But when you reflect back and say, do you understand your supply chain? And do you know how to fix some of the challenges within the supply chain? They are only interested at the tail end, production. I want to process, I want to go to the market. But forgetting that the biggest hurdle they're going to face is along the supply chain. And this is critical for us as an industry to be focused, but also to be more efficient. The value addition and diversification. I was at lunchtime having a chat with a colleague from Madivan. They have a wide variety of products from sugar, but we were talking about biochar as an enhancer for soil, for bringing back the soil structure. We know it's a potential opportunity for the country. But then, as an industry, have we reflected on how big that opportunity is and how can we size it in the way that it can be beneficial for all of us across the supply chain? You can unlock one product, but it can be beneficial across a number of entities. So we recognize the opportunity that lies around jobs and skills development, This is not far from what you have all been talking about. But how do you ensure that you have the right skills, but also create the right jobs? We've been working with the Uganda Investment Authority. My colleagues from Uganda Investment Authority are not here. But we are trying to define where do we create employment along the value chain? Where do we find the size of opportunity for employment? You can say coffee, but where do we create employment along the coffee value chain? The same with cotton, the same with others. So for us, it's of interest to start to define where does the employment opportunity lie. It's not fair for us to blanket that when we invest in dairy, you create jobs. Where are the jobs in the dairy value chain? Can you clearly size out those jobs? And it's our role as key actors to be aware and alive to that before you make any investment. So it will be important that we continue to reflect on where do we create the jobs, around which node of the value chain do we see potential. And therefore, when I invest my money there, does it make sense? Attracting investments. Again, integrated regional value chains appeal more strongly to domestic, regional, and international investors, if and only if we are very clear on where the size of the opportunity lie. The more we conduct the feasibility, the easier for us to define where does this attract the investment. Strong resilience. Diversifying regional supply chains reduce resilience on one market, suppliers and input source. So again, we are all sitting here, but we know that some factories across some of the regions are struggling with inputs. I was speaking to a colleague from Kuku, and they're telling me they want to import soybean from Malawi. Why is it that we have to go and import soybean from Malawi? Why is it? Is it that the farmers in Uganda can't produce, or in Tanzania, or in Kenya? But the danger was the cost of buying soybean in Uganda is far higher than the cost of importing just from Malawi. So again, it is up to us to build in cost centers that will reduce these, that will make these farmers resilient by producing at a relatively fair price for them to survive in the market, not to be displaced. Key challenges around infrastructure constraints, non-tariff barriers. I happen to have supported or funded the mutual recognition agreement between Uganda and Kenya. As AGRA, we've been funding that across the COMESA countries. And Uganda and Kenya signed the mutual recognition agreement. We did sit in Entebbe to design the joint action plan sometime this year. But the whole constraint was around the budgets on how to action the mutual recognition agreement, which is linked to the non-tariff barriers. The issues around how you treat trade across the regions is generally a factor of how countries are unable to implement some of the required parameters as a result of limitations either in the funding or as a result of political economy. And political economy plays a critical role around enhancing the NTBs. Limited industrial capacity continues to be a critical barrier. It could be capacity in two ways. One, there is underutilization of existing capacity, or when you have the capacity, you have not defined the size of the market, and therefore you are underproducing because you possibly underestimated the market. I'll give you a perfect example. I used to work for Uganda Breweries. Before I left Uganda Breweries, we have moved from producing 4 million crates to 12 million crates. And by the time I was leaving in 2 years, we were moving to 14 million crates. The reason was, even when we wanted to supply all the regional markets, the capacity to produce enough beer was never there. That meant that we underestimated our capacity to deliver, and yet the opportunity lies. So it's a two-way. We're either underutilizing the existing capacity, or we didn't understand the size of the opportunity. So it continues to be a challenge, but we need to sit down and reflect on where does this take us as the industry in order for us to play a critical role in shaping the value chains. Access to finance has been reflected on. Policy and regulatory gaps continues to be a barrier, but also it's driven by the angle around political economy. And I suspect this will be talked about at length. Technology and innovation gaps, I think it's an opportunity for us to reflect on where are we in terms of the technology gaps, and can we do better in here, and skills gaps that we tend to. In terms of strategic priorities for success, and I happen to have looked at East Africa at large, and recently I was at the University of London doing some work for a couple of months. And there were two things that we had to reflect on how then do we develop, or how do we develop enabling infrastructure? How do we improve trade and regulatory alignment? And this is not about even improving, it's about implementation. The simplest element is about implementation. We fall short on the implementation, and I'm proud to say that we, in the last review of NDP 3, which I happen to have contributed significantly, and the review of NDP 4, we were working on the policy issues, and the biggest barrier was around implementation of their agro-industrialization policies. The simplest that we could. We have the policies, but how you translate that into actual implementation is the biggest danger. So if we all agree that we can even take half of the policies that we have and put them to use, we will possibly be solving than going back to design new policies. So again, most people talk about we don't have a policy, but when you put it to test to implementation, to a large extent, it falls short. Then there's strengthening industrial capacity and innovation, expanding access to finance, and strengthening partnership and workforce skills. These are areas that we see of strategic interest for all of us if we are going to drive the sector around the regional value chains, because they all sit within the space where we have a competitive advantage, but we are not maximizing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. Mr. David Wazemba is the country director for Uganda at the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. So he's an experienced agribusiness development professional with more than 2 decades of experience across agriculture, private sector development, and investment. I'll go to my second panelist. My second panelist is the Chief Executive Officer of Uganda Bati Limited and a seasoned leader in the East African steel industry with more than 28 years of experience across the sector. Please welcome Mr. George Arodi. We'll have one more panelist. And my third panelist is the country manager and managing director of British American Tobacco, Uganda. He's an accomplished business leader with more than 17 years of experience in senior management, sales, strategy operations, planning, route to market, and trade marketing. Allow me to welcome Mr. Arthur Bagenzi. You're welcome, gentlemen, to this panel. Our questions are very brief, and I want us to be brief and direct to the point. And I will start with Mr. Arthur Bagenzi. Mr. Arthur, where does your sector, or where is your sector already competing effectively against imports? And what specifically made that possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Firstly, I'd like to thank the PSFU for this invitation. And interestingly, before I get into that, I was speaking to a number of people here earlier on, and at least 8 out of 10 people I told I worked for BAT were asking me, oh, you guys are still in business. And that was quite revealing and interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that the British American Tobacco has been in Uganda operating for the last 98 years. We've been listed on the Uganda Stock Exchange for at least 26 years, since 2000. And we are the leading manufacturers and distributors of quality tobacco products within Uganda. To your question, Kenneth, on where are we competing favorably, I think I'll link it to our existence as a responsible corporate citizen. And that would be in compliance with expectations in regards to the laws of the land, and also just ensuring that we are reading our consumer needs through research, where we make sure that we deliver outstanding products that meet and fulfill the consumer needs. Now, from an import perspective, obviously, we do get our products through the border, through Kenya, through BAT Kenya counterparts into Uganda. And I think if I'm to call out largely on when we talk about competitiveness, and I think we were here earlier on talking about we, the East Africans in the room, and how are we competing favorably. There are a couple of challenges that certainly remain very apparent, and this is not just limited to BAT Uganda, but across the whole consumer FMCG industry, where a lot of other players in the room here and outside of the room play, and that is the aspect of illicit trade. Illicit trade remains a very, very huge limitation to, being competitive from very many aspects. The government of Uganda has an ambition of, growing the economy tenfold. That is from the current $50 billion to $500 billion. I was looking at a recent publication by the Uganda Revenue through media, where the URA gave estimates of the amount of revenue lost through illicit trade. And that was a figure of round about $700 million. And if you were to put that into perspective, for instance, from the national budget, that represents nearly 3 to 4% of the Uganda national budget. And you could argue, what then does that imply for us here in the room as, the East African citizens, as well as there's so many taxpayers within the industry. So on our part as BAT, of course, we remain compliant in terms of, making sure that we pay our mandated obligations to the Uganda Revenue Authority. But this remains very apparent, the challenge around illicit trade. And if I may just link this to the FMCG industry. Of course, globally, we know that the cigarette trade for time immemorial has been the largest or largely impacted sector, but I know that we've got potentially our friends in the Alcohol Industry Association who are grappling with illicit trade as well. I think the recent study points to about 70% of all alcohol consumed in Uganda being, illicit. In my own sector, which is the tobacco sector, the latest report from independent third parties that we work with point to a figure of 50%. That implies that literally 1 in every 2 cigarettes consumed on the Ugandan market is illicit. Now that is a staggering figure, and I think all of us in the room and within the FMCG space and manufacturing and goods and services have to be really cognizant of that challenge. And at this juncture, I'd like to acknowledge the good work done by our good friends at the Uganda Revenue Authority in just trying to ensure that enforcement is consistent to mitigate any further loss of revenue within the market. But you see, I think the bigger question that we need to be asking is what more can we do? And if I may just link those numbers to the government priorities, for instance, at what is the exact impact of illicit trade? Progressively, over the last 5 years, I think from 2022, when for my sector, BAT, we put the figure at about 145 billion lost in revenue on the basis of illicit trade. Illicit trade means the trade in, tax evaded goods and services, and this cuts across all sectors. And if you to look at what we are discussing here today, for regional industrialization, that figure consolidated would imply round about 6 industrial parks if you're to value it at about 25 billion each. It could also potentially deliver a 42-kilometer tarmac road if at all that money was collected. Therefore, I think that there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of driving competitiveness beyond just being compliant, and that is to call for a further concerted effort, which would imply a multi-sectoral approach in terms of addressing that vice, because ultimately, you and I, the manufacturer in this room, the goods and services provider within this room, is impacted one way or the other, on top of itself being, posing health risks, especially for the consumables. So I believe that if we took on a multi-sectoral approach in terms of driving competitiveness within the region, then that will give us, a springboard in terms of addressing that apparent challenge. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bagenzi. There's maybe one more thing I need you to highlight on illicit trade. I know tobacco, mainly cigarettes, is one of the most products that is being smuggled in Uganda, according to URI. How is this kind of tobacco that is being smuggled affecting the competitiveness of the industry?
Thank you, Kenneth. And I think I just alluded to that. Just to be specific, smuggling, especially in illicit traded cigarettes, comes in very many forms. You've got smuggling, smuggled products. You've got also products that do actually round tripping. Round tripping means, a product that is potentially manufactured for export, manufactured within Uganda, and then for some reason it doesn't see its way across the border. And one of the key drivers of that has been the regional porous borders. And I think if I'm to point an example would be our border with the South Sudan nation. And I think this is where I was talking about the multi-sectoral, interministerial approach around engaging on that. So how does it impact businesses, legitimate businesses such as BAT in doing legitimate business? Suddenly, the cheap products that do round tripping or are smuggled in are extremely lucrative from a margin perspective in terms of the retailer down on Kampala Road or down in Chikubo who is trading in these products. For cigarettes specifically, point margins going upwards of over 100%. Yeah, some between 60, 80%. It means that the trade is extremely lucrative. So whilst legitimate businesses such as ourselves continue to comply with the laws of the land in terms of how we do business, how we distribute, how we price, there is someone out there who's cashing in very illegitimate practices. What does that imply? Sustainability of legitimate businesses. What does that imply again? Reduced collections on the part of URA in terms of advancing the national agenda of growing our economy into a tenfold economy, because they will not collect the rightful amounts. And therefore, that is why it remains very important that we continually engage and take a source-based approach towards addressing the vice of illicit trade in partnership with all stakeholders, a multi-agency approach from Uganda National Bureau of Standards, Uganda Revenue Authority, the Ministry of Trade, and all of these other key stakeholders in driving the right level of practice to ensure that there's a level playing field for legitimate businesses to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arthur. I brought you down that road because we have two significant names. Someone says BAT Uganda and then Uganda BAT. You might think it's the same. So I'm bringing in Uganda BAT now. Experts in steel. So the other side was tobacco. So don't mix the two. And I'll come to Mr. George Arodi. Mr. George, I know, all we know, that even when we still have Uganda, Bati, and the others, we are still importing a lot of steel and steel products, actually. What innovation, product, process, or technology in your business is most directly positioning your sector for regional scale? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I know it's very, very difficult to speak after lunch, and I can see the dullness in the faces of the people who have just come in. My name is George Arodi. I'm CEO of Uganda Bati and part of the wider SAFAL Group. SAFAL Group is the leading company or group in Africa when it comes to steel roofing products. For those people who can be able to remember, we are the people who first innovated roof sheets in Uganda in 1964. In Kenya, it also happened the same way in 1963, and Tanzania in 1962. We are the market leaders in the markets where you operate, and I think we all remember, I think people have seen some Kenyans here. The market leader in the region is Uganda Bati. And we've been leading in innovations across all the markets. So thank you so much. When it comes to the industry, steel sector, I can say, is a very, very competitive sector. before you undertake any investment in the sector anywhere, because of the capital required to put up a project, any meaningful project which can serve a specific market can cost as much as $100 million. These are not projects that you can just say that I'm going to pack my projects and maybe take it to Uganda or Tanzania and all that, I just do away with it. And there are some decisions which are made based on these particular markets. When it comes to our operations in East Africa, I would say that the investment is actually has taken place across all the markets. And when you are doing this particular in terms of the capacity in our markets, it is more in terms for you to make profits, it is more on the capacity utilization and the plant size. If you fail short of deriving the sales from what you produce and you bring in overcapacity or underutilized capacity, then the losses are quite imminent. If you talk about the regional competitiveness and all that, I think that's something which across the region, especially 3 major markets, be it in Kenya, be it in Tanzania, or be it in Uganda, those particular productions are happening all across. But the main thing when I talk about the plant sizing, which can be able to scale the production or competitiveness in the region, the main thing is that what is the market that I need to be able to serve? When we are making decisions to invest in these particular regions, we look at the overall market size in the region. It is not something which you can do for Uganda. You must look at the regional capacity when it comes to the consumption and the overall markets. Investments. We are very proud investors in the region, but really in terms of the world economy, we are really quite small. And that's why you find that when it comes to regional competitiveness and the competitiveness of the world figures, we can still continue importing. We start at another level, which obviously we cannot be able to have a backward integration because of the various factors which take place there. Any competitive industry in any market, for the steel sector, you require a production capacity of something close to 5 million metric tons per plant. As when we hit 100,000 metric tons per annum, we over-celebrate, which is quite small. So when it comes to the value addition and all this at the market sizing, I do see the government officials in Uganda, I don't know if they're here, but one of the things that we see quite often from them is that they point out to you that we have the iron ore and we really need to go, virtually everyone is being asked to go to and invest in the iron ore. It cannot be that every company goes there and starts, because the scale of the production will not be able to bring in specific efficiencies. So just the way I mentioned, the regional market investments and decision which we made was targeted for 330 million population that we had in the region when we put up our investments. But those markets are not actually accessible, some of them. For the people who are coming from the East African community, I understand I think the Secretariat, the Secretary General of EABC, understand, was around. I don't know if he has gone. But the main thing is, if you look at the key, out of the 7 member states or 8 member states, only Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya currently are not applying what we call the stay of application. All the other markets, you can't be able to access them because you cannot be able to compete with the products which are coming out of the other regional states. Thank you so much.
Thank you, George. Before you leave, I want, you hinted something about competitiveness, and I want us to maybe be a bit specific. What is the single biggest constraint? Is it the policies? Is it the cost? Is it the quality? Is it standards? Is it logistics that is currently holding your sector back from being more competitive regionally?
I think competitiveness, we can only speak about if we talk about regional competitiveness, but the main thing is this. If you talk about competitiveness, I must say that all the production capacities which are taking place in the region for supply to the regional markets actually is operating to scale. And they're already competitive to that extent. But look at it this way. I would say competitiveness as far as the markets, in the international markets, is concerned. Because if you look at a production capacity, let's say in India, which is having 5 million metric tons per annum, comparable to one which is operating at 100,000 metric tons per annum, you can't be able to compare them. But let's put it this way. In East Africa, the main issue which we have is actually logistics. Look at logistics in its own entirety. If you move goods from the port of Mombasa to Uganda or Dar es Salaam port to Uganda or other markets, today you find that by road, the cost of transport to Uganda from Mombasa is about $120 per ton. When you talk about Tanzania, we are already speaking to something close to about $135 to $140 per metric ton. But how does that compare with the other markets, which are also in the same industry? I'll just give you. Japan is known to be the world's best producer of steel. But Japan is not having single iron ore. Iron ore being used in Japan is coming from Australia. How come they are able to get raw material from Australia, produce, and still be able to supply all these markets? If you talk about the usage of the raw materials in this particular market, be it in Uganda, be it in Kenya, or also Tanzania, in that value chain, all these products are being imported from Japan. How come we can't be able to produce at these particular levels? I know the solution which we have is how utilization of the rail network. Uganda, I know, is investing heavily in the SGR. SGR, I think, started sometimes early this year, and is supposed to join Kenya through the Malaba port, through the Malaba station. Kenya is also undertaking, already started from Kisumu to join that to Naivasha. But even in Kenya, when you look at it today, we still have roads being utilized to transport the raw materials, which makes it very, very, very expensive. So I believe that even if you talk about the market access, the main issue which we have today is actually on the logistics. The other areas which I've talked about, the inhibiting factors, I've talked about, I think people have already talked quite a bit in terms of market access to the other regional markets. The issue of the NTBs, which inhibit the market access for the regional markets, is something which is real. Talk about the region, apart from the 3 member states, all the other member states, by the time they are joining the East Africa community, they're already igniting the process of the Article 19 of STEO application. So all the tariffs, they are being allowed to be able to import from any part of the world, which is at 0 level. So the manufacturers, we had put an investment in Uganda and other regional markets to access these particular markets, cannot be able to access them because of the stay of applications. And I think that has been spoken to a great extent. So those are the key areas that we have currently. The non-tariff barriers and the logistics, which in case we can be able to address those areas, then the regional market integration and market utilization can go to the maximum levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. Actually, you drove to a point whereby last year, Private Sector Foundation launched there's a report supported by World Bank, whereby 40% of the cost drivers in manufacturing were in logistics, which is my sector, unfortunately. So we are going to improve. I'll go back to Mr. David. I grew up singing how agriculture is the backbone of Uganda. Even today, we are still singing the same. What is the one recommendation on regional value chain integration this conference should carry forward? Naming a specific opportunity to connect the agricultural sector across borders.
Thank you. Agriculture still is the backbone of Uganda and Africa at large. So it's not going to go away overnight unless if we invest significantly. But nonetheless, what can we do differently to actually develop these value chains? And to be honest, in the sectors where we operate, be it, and specifically in the agro-industrialization sector, we tend to forget the basics. And some of the basics are possibly our own shortfall as planners within the sector. And one thing that we have not done right is starting with the basics, the strengthening the seed system. And I happen to have met so many people who have come here to trade. The simpler ones were the ones who came to do sesame. And they were interested in trading sesame. They had all the deals. But the best thing they forgot was that which variety do we have? Where is it sourced? Who is producing? For them, the interest was, give us this tonnage of sesame. We forgot to go and do the basics. How do we streamline the seed system? You're clear on what you want, but you don't know where you're going to source it. You go to the market, the next thing, you open a bag. In that bag, there are 4 varieties, and nobody's going to give you the premium price. You can talk about beans, it's the same. It has evolved for some of the value chains. The seed system has started to evolve thanks to the investment in the technology, what NARO is doing, what the government is doing, what the private sector is doing, and the awakening of the private sector investors to recognize the potential of streamlining the seed system, because it's the backbone of what you will do to secure quality for upstream markets. The other area which I want to touch quickly is the SME and processor linkages, because we tend to forget that in an ecosystem, you're not going to displace actors. We have been very vague in the development world, where we say we link the processor to the farmer. But you forget, along that supply chain, there are 5 people who are actually active participants, and they have a role to play in shaping up that value chain. So for you, your interest, I want to go and buy from the farmer. You go to the village, you distort the whole ecosystem. You don't know how the logistics work, how other things work. So the relationship between the SME processor linkages is critical in shaping and aligning how we are going to grow as a business in the same sector, and specifically in the agricultural sector, where we are all struggling. And from a regional perspective, the regional policy and trade alignment, there have been some elements that have allowed us to, for example, release a variety when you test a variety in Uganda, you can release it in Kenya if you have the data for 2 seasons. Such a policy on seed allows quick flow of commodities to be adopted in one country and the other, and therefore streamline access to input. The same is happening on other things that we're doing, grain trading, but there are still issues that need to be resolved. If not resolved, agriculture continues to be a rudimental, it will not grow as fast as we want. So it's important that we recognize the regional policy and trade alignment. But most importantly, we are also forgetting the market analytics and sourcing. We are very, very poor at doing market analytics. And I happen to have sat with the Uganda Revenue Authority team, not Uganda Investment Authority, Uganda Investment Authority. And we realized we didn't have the robust data on value chains. If we're talking about beef, we were very, very, very weak. The same with coffee, the same with all the value chains. And it's a fact for you. You can go and talk to them, they'll tell you. But the reality, when you dig deeper, the weakest point we have is that we don't understand our value chains well. So as a country, in order to appeal to other actors, in order to appeal to an investor, we must be well equipped with the proper data analytics. And it's a fact of what we need to do if we're going to get out of this sector, or if we're going to massage ourselves and assume that we're better. We can speak as much English, but we forget the bottom line is to have the right numbers that speak about your value chain, and you can be convincing. We can transform the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David. Maybe I'll ask you one last question, Mr. David. Most of the people we have here are private sector players who are investors, all who would like to invest. Where is the clearest opportunity in the agriculture sector that would supply or integrate with one of the other sectors represented on the panel, which is the manufacturing sector?
That's the most difficult question you've asked today, because if I had the easiest answer, I'll give it to everybody. But I think we start from really, really having a proper business cases for each of the value chains that we have within the agricultural space. And it's unfair for me to actually predict that you invest in coffee when possibly coffee is saturated. So the reality of what we do as the actors within different spaces, I sit a lot with the National Planning Authority team. I am possibly half of the time spent with the Uganda investment team on some of the things. And we discuss a lot of things in regard to how can we be convincing enough to attract investments? And attracting investment is not giving a blanket false assumption. And I would be unfair to the private actors to give you a blanket assumption that invest in maize when I know, the numbers behind the maize. I know them, and I don't want to give you a false hope on some. And I also tell you invest in green gram or invest in this. It is the basis of, do we have, as a country, and we're trying to put this forward, have a standard way of sizing these value chains that we all appreciate. That if I look at these nodes within the value chain, and take a good example of coffee. Coffee, where do we find investment opportunities? Is it in the production? Is it in the processing? Is it in the post-harvest handling? And most people fall short and say, I want to do everything. I want to be in the production side, but where is your competitive advantage? Where do you want to put your effort? Such that you allow others do what they can do best. So if you want to spread thin, spread your little money across the whole value chain, and then you start to struggle.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. So the two panelists from the manufacturing sector, I'm going to give you 1 minute on this question so that we wrap up. What is the one recommendation on regional value chain integration this conference should carry forward? Naming a specific opportunity to connect your sectors across borders. Thank you. I will start with Mr. George already.
Thank you so much. If you ask me about value chain in the steel sector, then I must say that in Uganda, we are really sitting, and I believe government of Uganda is also going to work on that. But the main thing which is very relevant to this particular conference is to open up the markets so that the players which are there in other markets can be able to access the products and the value addition which is coming from the iron ore. I know some inputs we require also from Tanzania. If you look at the distance where those inputs are required from, it's almost 1,400 kilometers in a place called Mtwara. But we just believe there'll be consistency in terms of these particular supplies so we can be able to harness the potential which we have in iron ore, but more so on the marketing side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. George. And lastly, Mr. Arthur, on the same question. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. I think for me, I will still emphasize the aspect of collaboration. I think one of the East Africans from Kenya here recommended us visiting each other. And I think that's a very strong point. I think it was Doris, if I remember. Collaboration and synergy is very critical in terms of just advancing the agenda, in terms of making our region competitive. And when I was talking about illicit trade, it's very easy for us to assume that this is very far from us from a consumer level, because all of us here, probably 200 plus people, are consuming a product each and every day. If we are not very sure about the legitimacy of the product that we are consuming, it means that we put, all the consumers of so many goods and services at risk. I think I cannot underscore the increased prevalence of non-communicable diseases. And it seems like it's very far-fetched. So that's why I think it's very critical for us to have a concerted effort around continuous synergizing between governments, between regulatory bodies, between law enforcement agencies across the region to ensure that we are protecting our consumers and the legitimate businesses to thrive. The other thing I think would be around public awareness on just the impact and the scale of illicit trade, which so emphasized. So I think for me, if there are any key takeaways here, is regional cooperation and addressing all of the challenges that we've been speaking about today, and not just as independent entities in our respective nations, but across the region to ensure that we achieve the much desired objective for growth at a regional level.
Thank you so much, Arthur. Thank you, gentlemen. This was, I hope the questions were not so much hard. So it would be unfair for us to really talk to only ourselves without the audience maybe asking a few questions. Let's allow 3 questions, since we are 3 on the panel. Hope the questions will not be directed to me. I was a moderator. The questions are to be directed to the panelists. At least 3 questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone has a question, a comment, some feedback for our panelists, just feel free to raise your hand and we'll bring the microphone to you. If there isn't, it might mean 2 things. One, that they were absolutely clear, and the other one I would rather not mention, but we have a question over here. Just tell us your name, where you're from, and your question or comment.
Thank you so much. My name is Charles Ikweu. First of all, since morning, nobody has talked about the effect of politics in industrialization processes in the East African partner states. I think that is the question. What is the effect? Because sometimes we have found a situation where roads, instead of leading to where the minerals are, they are leading to where the voters are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles.
A very good question. Someone did mention Trump earlier, but well, we have another one over here. Just tell us your name and your question.
My name is Diana Kebo, Head Transactional Banking and Specialized Finance at DFCU. My question is around power, because power is a key enabler for us to be able to do business, and it facilitates so much. So what intentional things are being done to scale up the power within the member states as an enabler to be able to propel the agenda, especially around moving from the 50 billion to 500 billion aspiration?
Very good question, and I hope by power you didn't mean political power, but you mean electricity. And I'll ask you to hold your horses because our last fireside chat will address exactly that. We'll have a last question here at the back. Your name, sector, and your question.
Honorable Nyero Francis Elton Lakele. I lead a cooperative society for real estates development and investments in northern Uganda. My pertinent issue is, since morning, I did not hear crucial issues being mentioned, and the ministers, some did escape successfully. You, the 3, will bear the burden of responsibility. When we talk about national economic development first, we are talking about Uganda. Then at the next door, we join East Africa. When you mention the development and investment in this country and the economy of this country, northern Uganda stays as though it is in the Republic of South Sudan. When I went on the shed there, I found parastatals which are never in northern Uganda. Uganda Development Corporation, they're not there, and nobody knows about them. 2, we talk about development in terms of economic component of assets. I handle now real estates under Ministry of Lands and Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperative. You can never get incentives to develop this sector so that the private sector can come the leaders in the housing sector, small commercial and development like hostels, warehouses, even when all of us who speak English are aware bigger population of refugees are in northern Uganda. how are we housing them? Are they going to live in tents? Are they not going to need schools? Who are building hospitals to support them? Who are building bigger markets to support their needs? You talk about electricity. I don't understand the word electricity, because the problem of electricity used to be in Uganda and in northern Uganda, because we were relying on traditional power dam at Owens Falls Dam. But now you speak good language that Karoma Falls is generating power. Why don't we see this power in northern Uganda? Tourism sector. None of you chose deliberately not to speak about developing tourism sector. Even when tourism sector and hospitality, we have only one traditional hospitality college at Jinja. Not mentioning it in Gulu, in Arua, in Moroto. Are we technically being excluded from the mainstream of thinking right, behaving right, and doing right in business component and contexts? Lastly, I expected at least 10 business private sector from northern Uganda to be speaking here. It's mesmerizing that I speak alone. So mesmerizing. Can we address these pertinent issues? As the lacuna is open, and there's no quagmire to understand and comprehend, I request clarifications in each sector. Many issues I will address to the line ministers who will dare with confidence to come tomorrow and attend the conference of tomorrow.
Okay.
I greet you.
The ministers have been warned. Hopefully they will dare to return. But we have one representative who has spoken.
Thank
and
you
he
so
says
much.
the burden is now on you.
Thank you so much. Good enough, I think the audience guessed well. We have another session coming up. I would wish to refer questions of power, energy, to go to that sector, because we have the PS Energy who is present and will answer these questions. Then there was a question about politics. Politics, I don't know, in my...
Let me attempt to give a response to that. And fair enough. And you can't divorce politics from what we do. It's a fair assumption for you to assume that we're all neutral and we're playing in a game where even in the private sector, we don't believe in what we do as at the political. Politics influence and shapes the direction in which your investment can be right, but it also can derail what you're doing as private actors. I bring to you and I was speaking to the fact that political economy is the biggest. If you don't understand political economy as private sector, then you have missed out the biggest bit of what you're going to do in business, because it will shape how your business is going to thrive over years. So, and forget about the politics of who is doing political economy, and politics is shaped as who controls the resources, who have those interests, and how those interests are shared. So it's a whole essence that influences the private sector. So you can't divorce it from what you're doing. And it's part and parcel of what you always do at the first round of setting up any bigger business. Do a political economy analysis and understand who is who in the sector, who influences what, and how is it going to influence my business moving forward. So it's part of the whole game. Don't wait for only the president to make a pronouncement. Politics is bigger than just one individual, the member of parliament or a president making a pronouncement. It's a whole sector that influences and shapes how the private sector shapes up. So reflect it out from a broader perspective of political economy, not politics from a smaller perspective.
Thank you so much, David. Yeah. Anyone with a question to comment? Nah, just
Politics is a very sensitive area, but I think it's something part and parcel of.
Okay.
Hello, that's politics.
Hope we are okay.
Okay, I think it's fine. I'm just saying that politics is a very, very difficult area to be able to tackle. But I think the main thing, which is actually you can't be able to link politics from the economic environment for doing businesses and investments. If you want to know the element of politics, any investor who is going to put sizable amount in investments will first check the political situation, political stability. If you want to know the importance of politics, then look at the countries which are having political turmoil. And from where I sit, especially in Africa, from where I sit, I was supposed to be a politician sometimes back in Kenya, but I pulled back a bit because I was still lured to be in the economic, in this particular line of the side of the economy. But political stability is very, very, very important. And especially if the leader is more keen on the investment climate. We have many politicians that you just find the level of negativities that they have around them. If I can look at Uganda today, I can tell you from where we sit today, you are very, very lucky. Very lucky because we have gone to so many functions.
Okay.
People can talk about maybe the current politics or the politicians because we talk about the chief politician. And people can say, but really I think that somebody is good. People can actually be bad in some other areas. But when you talk about the integration of the policies or the politician of your president into the economy, then actually situation changes so much drastically. If you talk about the iron ore that you have in Kampala, many countries are having iron ore. Have they started mining it? No. Talk about the cost of power, electricity. I think somebody talked about electricity. Uganda is having the lowest cost of electricity in the region. Where I come from, you are charged more if you consume more. You are punished. So if you are in the industrial space, then you are punished to be able to use more power. Here you will find that any consumer of power, and still you realize that the people who are talking about electricity will speak about it tomorrow. They are still under negotiations for even further reduction. I know Uganda can do better when it comes to rural electrification, which I believe they could be able to do that better than other countries in terms of the penetration. But in terms of the availability of electricity in Uganda, actually you are at a very, very stable level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, George. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. You've exceeded performance.
Yeah, absolutely. They have exceeded indeed.
So I would request that, Chair, at least you have, we have a photo with our panelists. So that, as a thanks, because they have performed beyond expectations. Thank you.
Very well done. Madam Sarah Kajingo, please. Come and join the photo. And of course, the moderator, yeah? You escaped and ran away from some of the questions because you are the moderator, so you survived. But very well done. Another big round of applause to our panel. Great. All right. Thank you so much. We do appreciate the deliberations. Indeed, it was a heated panel, but I must appreciate each one of you for, putting up a good fight. And my brother from Gulu, I have loved you. But let us see how tomorrow goes. While the conversations were going on...
My sister, love is not enough. The man wants answers.
It's okay. I'll have a conversation. I know by the time we are done with this conference, he will be fine. I know my friends from Gulu are quite good people. Yes, but while the conversations right here were going on, we were joined by Engineer Irene Batebe, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Madam, it's going to be fire. And I am sure you're ready. That's one thing I like about you, for sure. You are always ready for us. You're one of our iron ladies that we have in this country, and we are really blessed to have you, Engineer. But before you come, hold it, before you come, ma'am, I'd like to just let the audience know what is coming next. You know, we cannot have a conversation about industrialization without power in the equation. And that's why you're seeing so many questions, so many queries coming around energy, around power, and all that. So as no industry indeed in the economy can compete without reliable and adequate power. And this is going to be our very, very final substantive conversation today. I am personally looking forward to it because it's going to be talking about power generation and distribution for regional industrial growth and competitiveness. We shall be talking issues, capacity, plans, and regional demand. And all your questions will be answered by the fire chat that is coming up just now with our guest right here. And to do justice to this fire chat, I would like to invite Mr. Agri Ashaba, the chairman of Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. One fine gentleman who is super passionate about value addition, about energy, and he can talk about these issues until the cows come home, but I know for sure today he's going to be brief, punchy. We just want to have, quick take home so that our people are comfortable about investing while knowing that power is guaranteed. Mr. Agri Ashaba, the floor is yours. Please introduce your guest.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I know we are right into the evening, but if we don't have this conversation, I don't think day one will be purposeful to most of what has been already discussed today. My name is Ashaba Agre, and I am here gladly to host the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Engineer Irene Batebe, Pauline, for those who don't know her other name, Okello. And please join me in welcoming Engineer Irene so we can get the conversation going. The last panel has really created the platform for us to start our conversation because a couple of questions, leading questions, have come through and would like to commence the conversation. Engineer, from the last panel, you had about issues to do with power, and a couple of questions came through from the audience on power availability, quality, affordability, accessibility. From where you sit as the head, and I'm not talking about the minister, as the head, the technical head of the ministry, I know you also interface with all the other regional counterparts. What do you see, or what are the plans across the East African region to see how energy or electricity or power can be able to shape the international agenda for this region? And what are the plans that East Africa as a region, because I know there's an East African power pool and a couple of other relationships that we have. Uganda is an exporter of power within the region. What are those conversations around that you people are having that can boost not just industrialization, but also competitiveness?
Thank you very much, Agri, and good evening, our dear participants. On behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda, we are delighted to be part of this conference, but especially because it brings together the entire region. Energy security in the East Africa region is a very fundamental aspect of our industrialization agenda. And today, when you look at the region, combined, we are consuming about 62 gigawatts of power, that is 62,000 megawatts, and in the next 5 years, this is going to grow to about 95 gigawatts, which is 95,000 megawatts. So the question that we are addressing in the region, critically, how do we ensure the energy security of the region, both in terms of power generation, but also transmission and distribution? On the power generation side, we are seeing a region that is moving to maximize the utilization of its energy resources. For example, in the case of Uganda, we have relied on hydropower since time immemorial, with a little bit of thermal power and, of course, solar. We are now working to diversify our energy mix to bring on board nuclear power, geothermal power to support these ambitious plans. When you go to our neighbors in the Jumuiya, especially Tanzania, but also Kenya, we are seeing a move to diversify in different ways. At the end of this week, Tanzania will be launching a 2,115 megawatt hydropower plant, the Nyerere hydropower plant. We are also aware of their plans to continue producing power from the gas that they have to a tune of 57 trillion cubic feet in Tanzania. And of course, on the Kenyan side, we continue to work with them to ensure that we are developing alongside the plans that they have in Kenya. So under the East Africa Power Pool, where we sit with another 12 countries, where the rest of the East African bloc also belongs, we are very keen on enhancing power trade within the region. And that's why we are focusing on growing our transmission network. Today, we've been able to synchronize a number of our transmission networks. We have about 4 systems, and Uganda today is fully synchronized with Kenya, and we are now working to synchronize with Tanzania, where we are developing a 400 kV line from Wobulenzi through Mutukula to Mwanza, but also integrating with South Sudan from Oluyo in northern Uganda through Nimule to Juba, and tying into Goma on the DRC side. So the region is cognizant of the need to ensure a resilient energy system, and that's why we are keen to integrate so that we optimize our resources in the region. But as we do this, we are aware of the challenges within the region, which, number one, I had already hinted on, the need to grow our generation capacity to meet our industrialization agenda. And that's why on the Ugandan side, we are working to unlock new power plants, but also across the region, those remain the plans. But two, we are seeing aspects of affordability. And I'm glad Mr. Arodi confirmed the ambition Ugandan has had to continue lowering our electricity prices. And that remains the agenda across the region. The other critical aspect is modernizing our infrastructure. As a region, we are keen to look at aspects of digitization, the role of artificial intelligence in driving a smart grid as we work to integrate, but also critically to just harmonize our regulatory frameworks across the region in terms of our grid requirements so that we can easily tap into these existing systems. So under the East Africa Power Pool, this work is ongoing. We've just concluded arrangements to allow for trading. We've put in place market regulations support in the sale of power without any hindrances. So the block is busy, and the key driver is industry. So we remain committed to driving the industrialization for the region.
Thank you very much. Just to build on the broader picture that you've painted. So working on the synchronization, doing the transmission lines, there's something to try and get that tariff synchronized across the region, so that if there's an...
Particularly the Ugandan refinery of 60,000 barrels per day with capacity to be doubled to 120,000 barrels per day is already assured of crude oil, because we are moving into production by the end of this year as Uganda, and we will export a portion of that crude oil that will support one of the coastal refineries that we are setting up. So for us, these refineries are a matter of security of supply, and we are working in a complementary manner to ensure that the region is secure. And the Middle East conflict has really taught us that we must plan as a region and ensure our resilience when it comes to the supply of these products and any other products.
Thank you. Obviously, the refineries also come with another huge advantage with the derivatives that come along with the refining process. These also sometimes or most often become feedstock for different industries, fertilizer, plastics, and all the other associated industries that are petroleum-based. From the regional perspective and all the refineries that we're speaking about, how do you see them plugging into the regional industrialization agenda? And that feedstock, will it all be consumed within the region to produce the products that are required?
So the way we look at refinery development today, we are keen on addressing the aspects of the energy transition, where we are seeing a movement away from transportation fuels to cleaner forms of transportation, electric mobility, etc. So any refinery that is being designed today, we term it as the refinery for the future, but it's really for the now. We must integrate it with what we call the petrochemical industry for it to make economic the future as we go through the energy transition. So these refineries are not purely refineries that will only churn out petrol, diesel, jet fuel. That will be just a part of it, and part of the feedstock will go to support a wider petrochemical industry. Why is the petrochemical industry very important? With our industrialization agenda, our demand for petrochemical products is going to multiply. We are going to demand more of the polyvinyl chloride. All this material that we are looking at in this particular facility is petrochemical. We are seated, the microphone, the carpets, the TV screen, all of that is petchem or petrochemicals. And from the assessment, these will not be replaced in the next 50 years or so. Of course, we are aware of the research that is ongoing to replace the petrochemicals, but it will take a long time for those to be commercialized. So the petrochemical industry remains fundamental for refining. And in the case of Uganda, for our oil refinery, we have coupled it with an industrial park, the Kabalega Industrial Park that the Uganda National Oil Company is developing. And the aim is largely to have the derivatives of the byproducts churned into and turned into petrochemical products. We also look at other derivatives to support bitumen production. We don't have to continue importing bitumen for our roads, but for the specific refinery in Uganda today, we have not yet factored bitumen given the chemical composition of the crude oil, but the ones that will be located at the coast, definitely bitumen would be one of the products, and other products, lubricants, etc. So we are no longer developing refineries for only transportation fuels. Indeed, the petrochemical industry will be critical. And therefore, we will create more jobs. When you look at the job portfolio that we are targeting from the refinery, the bulk of it, almost a half or slightly more, is situated in the Kabalega Industrial Park. So that's where the value addition, the real value addition will be done to ensure that we are maximizing value from our crude oil.
Thank you for that take. Gentlemen, as you've heard, the PSA is that whatever you're holding is either a petroleum-based product or is a mineral. The shoes, the shirts, the mobile phone, the glasses, I see a couple of you with them, the earrings, it's either a mineral from the ground or is a petroleum product. Which now brings me to the mineral side or mineral-based industrialization. So we've covered what petroleum is going to give us, what are the byproducts, what the petchem industry will be able to support. But the last panel that was here also spoke a lot about especially the iron ore. And some desktop data shows that our SGR alone will need about 85,000 tons, something like that, of steel to be able to be developed. However, there are also other industries that can be supported by the minerals that we have, not just in Uganda, and probably giving an example of the tin factory that we have in the western part of Uganda. Do we as a region work to collaborate on making sure that if we have set up, for example, a mineral-based
mineral industrialization within Uganda. But even as we do this, we are keen to sell, and we are already selling already processed minerals. For example, 14, after processing to 99.7%, we are exporting tin ingots to support a number of factories within the region. So the strategy that many countries have taken is, as much as possible, support in-country mineral industrialization to drive again, to drive retention of revenues within the country, but also to create jobs for the young population that we see in the case of Uganda. But we are supporting the industries with a refined product, and that continues to be our strategy as Uganda. When you look into what the strategies for the other countries, they are taking the same route of driving in-country value addition and supporting industrialization across the bloc by providing value-added product. So when we are able to add a value to our gold, right now to 99.99%, then we can export refined gold to support jewelry industries within the region without having to export the gold ore. So we are driving value addition in country, but also the downstream processing and the finished product industry. But in the context of the region, we are determined to support by exporting already processed minerals. It was only that facility in Kenya that we waived to support by providing iron ore, and they are required to set up a facility in Uganda, in Tororo, and they are working on that. So that remains our strategy: in-country value addition and export refined product to support the downstream industry.
Thank you very much. Before we invite the audience to join us with a few questions or comments, I just wanted to add a rider on some of the takes or comments that you've just had. So from where you sit, if the investors who are already here, already participating, doing the work that they are doing, and also those who are intending to do investment across the region, or in Uganda in particular, from where you sit, sitting at a ministry that is fundamental to driving this industrialization agenda, and in making sure that we can be as competitive and as innovative as possible, what would you be able to tell the existing industrialists and those incoming in terms of the commitments towards, one, available, accessible, affordable power, energy in terms of security, and the minerals that they may require to be able to drive their competitiveness?
Thank you, Agri. I will start by making a plea and then commitments. We are supporting the industrialization agenda, working with the Uganda Investment Authority, PSFU, and other partners. And one of our biggest challenges today has been the uncoordinated development of industries for us to support with the extension of power. So we are working with UIA to see to the extent possible that industries are domiciled in industrial parks. That allows for integrated planning and enables us to provide the necessary infrastructure to support the industries. It has become increasingly expensive for the ministry to extend power to industries that are spread all over the country, and yet we have demarcated industrial parks. So we'll continue making a plea that as much as possible, and in order for the ministry to support in this endeavor, that industries are domiciled in designated industrial parks. Of course, we are aware that there would be outliers, especially if you have to access a specific raw material The other day, there was a meat processing facility launched in the cattle corridor, and it made sense that they needed to be close to where the cattle is, and that can be supported in that way. But the rest, it would be good under our integrated planning and coordination that we work with UIA and have these industries in designated locations. It will be easy for the ministry to continue supporting in extending power. Now, our commitment on the power side. Number one, we commit to support industry with clean energy. We are aware that many of you have set environment, social governance commitments with your different off-takers, your different financiers, and we want you to remain compliant. So today, we are producing 95% of our energy from clean energy sources, majorly hydropower. And in the medium term and long term, that remains the strategy, to give you clean energy to the extent we can. Number two, our commitment is to continue working on our infrastructure to enable you access reliable power. We are working with the utility companies, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, UEDCL, but also Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited, to ensure that we continue to strengthen and rehabilitate our infrastructure to support you better. We have just concluded an upgrade of the Kampala metropolitan system, where we will support Namamve Industrial Park better and a number of industries in Jinja, because it was circular, covering Bujagali, Mukono, all through to Busega. So that way we are able to support you with reliable power. Is it an easy target to meet? We are aware of the challenges, especially on the financing side, and we are working with the Minister of Finance to ensure that the required funding is brought on board. We are now embarking on a key project under this target, what we've called the electrification of industrial parks phase 2, and the Minister of Finance has availed the entire budget required from the government of Uganda. We will be supporting about 6 industrial parks to enhance your power. Woblenzi, Kapeka, Kaweweta, Mbale Industrial Park, and Namamve, to strengthen the power supply and ensure enhanced reliability. So that remains our target as government, to ensure we achieve that ambition. Number 3, we are committed to support you in continuing to access cheaper power. I know we have done that for the extra large industrial parks. We dropped your tariffs from 8 US cents per kilowatt hour a year ago to the current 5.5 US cents per kilowatt hour. And we are committed to continue supporting the other levels, the medium level industrial parks and the small and medium enterprises. So that remains our commitment, and we continue to work to reduce on our losses so that this benefit can come to the industries. Why are you our key partners? You are consuming 77% of the power that we produce. So our partnership with industry, we don't take lightly. You are our main customers, and we treat you with the criticality that you deserve. Number 4, we are committed to coordinate with you better. We continue to enhance our coordination. UEDCL has set up a number of offices, and we continue to increase their presence in the different locations so that our services are efficient and that you can access them in a timely manner. So we will continue investing in the distribution network. We were looking at UEDCL's figures. Today we have allocated them $120 million US for the next 1 year to just inject in the infrastructure to support with enhancement of power. For the next 5 years, they need up to a tune of $900 million US, and we've already started the discussions with a number of financiers so that we are able to meet that demand to continue strengthening our distribution network. So as the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, those four remain our key commitments to ensure that we are supporting industry better. And if aggrieved, we maintain a no-door policy. You just have to walk into the ministry. It is no longer one window, no door. Just walk in and we will address the concerns that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, PS. I'd like to take just 3 questions from the audience.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Questions?
There is a hand here at this row. Yes, and the gentleman here. Oh, and George in the front. Yes, please.
PS,
But make it short, my brother from Gulu.
It will be a content of the question.
Okay.
Yes, it's not about the length. PS, this is Honorable Nyero Francis Elton Lakele, Gulu City. The problem in northern Uganda when you talk about electricity is the best word seems to be there, but is not there. This has inhibited the private sector investments in common developments like industrial park. Can be done in Lamore, which is annexed to cross-border to South Sudan bigger market. Can be done at Amoro district, highway of Juba Road from Uganda. We cannot do. 3, SMEs cannot be conducted in the sub-region because of the component of power. 4, social services. Talk about hospital. People are dying in hospitals. Not all hospitals in North can buy generators, standby generators. Can we, through you, the chief accountant of power distribution and management, talk to your engineers to take priority in Arua, Gulu, not Juba, as Oluyo is doing, not Oluyo doing DRC. Can you sort out northern Uganda? We hear
Thank
about
you.
Karuma.
Thank you.
Yes, your thinking is in 10 seconds. Power generation in Karuma. Where do we take the power? If the whole northern Uganda, the host population are not consuming, is my dismay.
Thank you very much, my brother. There's a gentleman there behind you. Behind you. I'll come to you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, PS and the moderator. My name is Elvin Kibunja from Yokuku. First is to thank you for the power tariffs. We are beneficiaries. We have our hatcheries in Namamve. And that's say thank you so much. My question is, and also a request to the government, is the last mile called value chain, because we sell dressed chicken or the frozen products that do not really reach the household, or even if it's there, the tariff is a little bit high. Currently, the tariffs for household is at 20.5 cents US. It's good you mentioned that your concentration and the biggest customers is on industrial parks, which is a driver of the economy, but then who are our customers? Their rates are quite a little bit high. So that is my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I have a very simple question to the engineer.
Yes, please.
Because she's the only government official, I think, around. Does the regional states have an integrated or a harmonized industrialization policy that the private sector can rely on in planning investments to enhance value chain integration?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, George. A mic here for George. Yes, I'm coming to you, Madam Green.
Oh, thank you, PS. One, appreciate the cost of power in Uganda, which is really quite competitive. On the side of the iron ore, which is one of the key areas that we look for value addition, I'm aware that coal is a key component when it comes to as a reducing agent. We don't have that component in Uganda. We get that from Tanzania, I think a place called Mtwara. Mtwara is about 1,400 kilometers. And when I look at the cost of transport all the way from Mtwara, I think maybe something close to about $170 per ton. What is the government doing in terms of the collaboration with the government of Tanzania on reducing the cost of transportation for the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Madam Green, mic for her. She's here. Yes, the lady, yeah.
Thank you so much, Madam PS. My name is Hajat Green, Hajat Sebiala. First of all, I want to appreciate you the way you have articulately handled the issues without reading. I did not see you with a piece of paper. Madam PS, for the first time in a very, very long time, today diesel is more expensive than petrol. I don't know what the issue is. Maybe you can let us know. However, they are both now nearer 7,000 shillings a liter. I don't know if soon it will near 10,000 or it will go to 4,000. So I just want some answers there. And now all your activities do affect the environment. I just want to understand what measures, what steps you are taking to ensure that you neutralize the damage that you cause to the environment. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll let the PS take those, and that will be the final session. You can take it away.
Yes, I'll start with the Honorable, my brother. Thank you for advocating for our region, as of Lamont. Thank you. So he raises an important point regarding support for electrification of the broader northern Uganda. And as a ministry, our commitment is to ensure the equitable supply and distribution of power. And indeed, within our development plans, and just to put it in context, today we have electrified 62% of the country. 38% of that is off-grid. That is your solar home systems, and 22%, about 24% is on grid. That speaks to the investment that we've required over the years to ensure that the entire country is electrified. Today, in order to electrify this entire nation to 100%, we need close to almost a $10 billion US. So you can see the extent of investment. So when it comes to our agenda for northern and the greater northern Uganda, we are already working on projects. In fact, before coming for this conference, at about 1 p.m., we're having a discussion with the Islamic Development Bank, where we are bringing in about $300 million that will support with the electrification of northern Uganda and strengthening the supply of power. So I want to comfort you. And the good thing, it's not just an engagement, it is a project that has already advanced through the approval processes of government, and we are now starting the negotiations of the financing. So we want to comfort you that as government, we are indeed committed to ensuring we power northern Uganda. And this commitment was fortified with the extension of the national grid last year into West Nile. And now we are focusing on distribution of this power. So the national grid already arrived, and our focus will now be on the distribution to the end users, including SMEs that form a major part of our target area, because we focus on the growth centers where these SMEs are domiciled. You did ask a question regarding Karuma and where that power is going. Well, the power we are enjoying right now is from Karuma, because we put it into that basket and distribute. When it comes to export of power, we do it simultaneously with the extension of our national infrastructure. Otherwise, the power we are selling to Kenya today, we wouldn't if we hadn't entered that partnership. So we are doing this simultaneously, extend power to the rest of the remaining part, 24% of the country, but also as we trade. It is important to appreciate the benefits from power trade so that we don't look at it as a burden. In the event Uganda runs into a deficit at any one time, a power dam could go off, you never know. This is technology. We are able to quickly pick power from our neighbors. So we have an advantage that at any one time, we are able to ensure the energy security of the country by being part of the power trade arrangement. So it's not only us selling, but the neighbors can also sell to the country. So let's look at it positively as part of our regional integration. Yokuku, I didn't get the name, but I got the company. You raised an important point on the consumers, that we focused on the industrialists who are our major off-takers. How about the last mile consumers? The last mile consumers remain a priority. And like I indicated, as we invest more in the generation using concessional financing, that benefit will continue cascading up to the last mile consumer. But today we have targeted a number of last mile consumers. We have lowered the tariffs by half for the public institutions. So those are hospitals, large schools. They are now receiving power at half the price 1 year ago. And we have introduced a specific tariff to support the mothers that are cooking, a cooking tariff, so that we are able to see more households move to clean cooking using electricity. But we are cognizant of the wider consumers as part of the last mile, and as we invest in our infrastructure and continue reducing our losses, we will extend that benefit to them. There was a question on whether we have a regional and a harmonized industrialization policy for the region. Yes, we have. I might not have the entire detail, but I'm aware during our discussions in the East Africa community where we meet for a number of meetings, this policy has been foundational in driving the conversation around removing non-tariff barriers across the region. And we are happy to work with Ministry of Trade to ensure that that policy is shared across the industrialization fraternity through the PSFU. Mr. Arodi, you raised an important point on the reducing agent to support iron ore smelting and the logistics of bringing coal to support in that endeavor. We are very aware of this challenge, and we've been having intentional and deliberate conversation with the government of Tanzania, not only to support coal movement, but as a trade issue to address the inflow of trade through Tanzania. Right now, we are aware that most of our trade is done through Kenya. Our goods come through Kenya, and that poses certain constraints that we might not elaborate in this meeting, and we want to open up an alternative supply route. So Tanzania has committed to extend its standard gauge railway all through to Mwanza, so that we are able to push goods to Mwanza port. We could then cross by barge through Lake Victoria or ship and dock at the different ports, Port Bell, In the case of petroleum products, we are now docking at Kauku, right in the neighborhood. So that engagement with the government of Tanzania is ongoing. But also as a government, in recognition of the clean climate movement Hajat asked earlier, we are also keen to ensure that we bring cleaner alternatives for as reducing agents. So we are having a discussion with Tanzania on a natural gas pipeline that will pipe gas from the port of Dar es Salaam, Ubungo, through the hinterland of Tanzania to Uganda, destined majorly to southwest Uganda to support our industrialization for iron ore in terms of smelting. So those interventions are moving together. And for the natural gas pipeline, we are concluding the feasibility study this October, and we embark on the investment and construction of that natural gas pipeline from Tanzania. Why Tanzania? They boast of significant gas reserves. Tanzania is boasting of 57 trillion cubic feet of gas, and on our side we have about 500 billion cubic feet that can only run a few power stations to support our petroleum production. Hajati, my friend, we usually meet at the COPs, and I want to thank you for your advocacy on the green climate side. You do raise two fundamental issues on the cost of petroleum products today. This is a global phenomena, and I might not go into the entire history of where we are, because Ashava is telling me time, PS. But arising from the Middle East conflict and noting that we are net importers, we are impacted by what happens on the global platform. So what we are seeing here is a response to the global international prices that we call the Platts. And for Uganda, why we felt it later is because by the time we entered the Middle East conflict, we had a backlog in our supplies. So throughout the conflict up to about June, we were bringing in products that we had already ordered before the conflict. So we didn't feel the impact. Then when we entered June, July, we started lifting products that we had ordered in the middle of the conflict. And that's why we saw the hike in prices. However, the government has not left this to the consumer. We have done everything possible, working with the oil marketing companies. We even had to lower some margins, especially for the national oil company, to cushion the country from a higher spike in prices. Ideally today would be in the region of probably 7,500, but we cushioned by letting go of certain margins to keep it within manageable levels. So your question on whether we will go beyond this, given the current scenarios, we'll say no. But because the conflict is unpredictable, the other day we thought the Strait of Hormuz was opening up and we were all excited. And then within a few weeks, it was closed again. So we do not know and we cannot fully predict the dynamic around the war. But what we can confirm today is that we've put in place all mechanisms to ensure the country does not run dry. The last thing you want is no product. So for that one, through the arrangement we have, where UNOC with its partner Vito are bringing in product, we have cushioned the country from running dry as we continue to deal with the price elements. So when the Platts recovers, we should recover through the next coming months, depending on how the Middle East conflict goes. On the environment side, as a general statement, Hajat, and you know, the Minister of Energy has been a proponent for ensuring we meet our ESG targets, and that's why we are keeping our power clean. We are working to bring cleaner reducing agent to support mining. We continue on the petroleum side to ensure we reduce on our carbon footprint. On the ECOP, the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline, we eliminated burning of diesel for power to heat the pipeline. We are using solar along the pipeline, especially as we enter Tanzania, where there are no power substations. So we've done everything we can to reduce on our carbon footprint. And I hope, Hajati, you will be our ambassador at the next COP to augment the Ugandan story on ensuring a clean energy sector. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we had for you today. Please, for our brilliant PS, a very big hand clap for her time. Thank you very much, PS, for sharing your time and expertise. And we will hand over back to the MCs.
Well, I guess we can have a photo as well. The vice chair and the members of the board can join probably the picture. Yes, please. Stephen, would you like to join this photo, please? Yeah. And then very quickly thereafter, we can have some of our panelists who are still here, like Mr. George Arodi, David. They can join the photo, please. And our key sponsors, Agro Uganda, you're here. Please come forward for the photo. George, join. I think Arthur should have joined this photo as well. Great. Stephen, please hold it. Yeah, sure. Great. Thank you so much. We appreciate each one of you for staying till now. We truly, truly appreciate. It's been a very, very long day, but I know that the last conversation was a great choice. Hearing from our peers, indeed, she made the team stay. Thank you so much, Engineer. I must say, I really admire your voice. It's one that one can listen to over and over again. Even when you have issues, there's a way that your voice can really come, and it is well measured. And somehow we're able to settle the nerve. You are able to settle the nerves even while discussing serious energy challenges. So I must appreciate you so much. Thank you for articulating the issues with such clarity and depth. We truly appreciate. And thanks for making sure that your door is open for us, especially the industrialists, to come through for consultations and guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, what a full day it's been. Very well done. Thank you so much. Indeed, you should clap for yourselves. We have really moved. But don't leave yet, please. Don't leave yet. We are going to close this session, but I must say that we have really moved from the morning, from digital infrastructure to industrial parks, to regional capacity, policy implementation. A lot has been discussed. And this, I must say, is just a beginning. And so, before we close, it's very important that we capture the substance behind all these conversations. And to do this for us, I would like to request Mr. Latima Mukasa, the PSFU Director of Financial and Insurance Services, to come and wrap it up for us. Latima.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And thank you very much, all of you, for staying until now. I've been tasked to give a high-level summary of day one and a preview of day two. So day one has delivered a clear message. East Africa has the markets, resources, and entrepreneurial capacity required to industrialize, but success will depend on coordinated regional action and effective implementation. The region has a market of more than 400 million consumers, with access to about 1.4 billion people under the AFCFTA. However, intra-East Africa Community trade remains at about 20 billion, while less than 20% of East Africa's agriculture output is produced locally. This underscores the urgent need to expand the regional trade, local value addition, and industrial production. The main challenges identified include persistent non-tariff barriers and national protectionism, inconsistent implementation of the EAC policies and agreements, inadequate power generation and transmission capacity, high electricity, transport, telecommunications, and logistics costs, limited access to affordable long-term industrial finance, low levels of technology adoption and digital integration, and inadequate participation of MSMEs, women and youth in regional value chains. Participants recommended positioning of East Africa as one integrated production, investment, and consumer market, removing non-tariff barriers through clear timelines, institutional responsibility, and accountability, harmonizing regional trade, tax, customs, and industrial policies, establishing blended finance mechanisms for regional industrial projects, expanding power generation and strengthening regional transmission networks to provide reliable and affordable electricity, investing in transport corridors, industrial parks, logistics, and digital infrastructure, operationalizing real-time cross-border payment systems, increasing local processing and regional sourcing, and strengthening technical skills, industrial standards, and technology adoption. Key commitments included continued government investment in industrial infrastructure and policy reforms, Uganda's ambition to build a $500 billion economy and establish at least 25 industrial parks, Equity Bank's planned mobilization of more than $6 billion over 10 years, EADB's commitment to provide patient industrial capital, and support addition of approximately 1,000 megawatts of generational capacity over the next 5 years. Uganda's PS of Energy, she was just here, has pledged government support for more power generation to support regional industrialization to meet the tenfold national growth and regional consumption. The principal conclusion is that East Africa does not lack opportunities or policies. The critical gap lies in implementation, coordination, and accountability. Thank you. The region must move from fragmented national markets to an integrated regional economy, from exporting raw materials to producing competitive value-added products, and from policy commitments to measurable results. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give you a preview of day 2 tomorrow, where we start at 9 o'clock in the morning. We will focus on opportunities and barriers affecting industrial competitiveness. We'll also focus on the journey towards a single East African community currency. We'll focus on women's participation in manufacturing. We'll focus on a $500 million regional industrial project pipeline, industrial parks, special economic zones, energy and blended finance. We'll also focus on regional policy, diplomacy and cooperation, and consolidated recommendations and priority follow-up actions. The focus must now shift from dialogue to investments, implementation, and measurable regional results. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Latma. And with that, we have come to the end of day 2. Oh, sorry, I am really tired. Yo, did I say day 2? Clearly, I'm tired and exhausted. But I would like to really appreciate each one of us for staying long, for being engaged, and also appreciating our production team and the media team. Many a times, sometimes we forget them. We truly appreciate them for all that they have done. I really do hope that the QR code right here is the one with pictures. Please confirm. If this is the QR code with all the pictures, then I request our delegates to scan and make sure that they have some evidence that they actually attended. But also, I'm trying to see whether we can actually have one group photo. Is that achievable, the media team? Can we achieve that? Great. Great, thumbs up. So we'll have, at least we are privileged to have our PS still with us. So we are going to have the final group photo, and then we'll call it a day. But just to emphasize that the conversations are not ending here and today. We shall continue with the conversations tomorrow. And once again, this conference is proudly convened by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda in partnership with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and the Uganda Investment Authority, of course supported with so many partners as we can see. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take the group photo and we call it a day. I thank you so much. Thanks for being a very good audience. We catch up again tomorrow. Thank you. Can we have the group up again tomorrow? Thank you. Can we have the group photo here? Is it here? Great, thank you. Okay, the media team will organize us nicely, and each one of us will definitely get